But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट
And in other top stories that we're tracking, Prime Minister Modi wishes everyone a happy new year. Taking to social media, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "Have a great 2023. May it be filled with hope, happiness and lots of success. May everyone be blessed with wonderful health." And India announces that RT-PCR testing has been made mandatory for international passengers traveling from China, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, Singapore and Thailand. Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia informed that passengers will have to upload their reports on the Air Suvidha portal before travel. And counsel for actor Shahzad Khan, who is the prime suspect in abetting actor Tanisha Sharma's death, has said that he will file a first bail application on Monday. This comes after a Vasai court has sent Shahzad Khan to 14 days judicial custody.
नहीं, उन्होंने कहा कि इनके आईडी का पासवर्ड नहीं था, जो कि पुलिस ऑलरेडी जो है रिट्रीट कर सकती है, रिकवर कर सकती है, इसलिए आप जैसी हो गया बस इतना आप न्यूज चलाइए, बाकी हम आपको बाद में बताएंगे।
Launching a scathing attack, JDS leader H.D. Kumarasamy has called the BJP a party full of hypocrisies and lies. He further added that Home Minister Amit Shah is a political chameleon and reincarnation of Nazi propagandist Joseph Goebbels. Attending an event in Patna, Bihar Chief Minister indirectly attacks Lalu's Jungle Raj, saying that women were not respected or safe earlier, but now the situation has changed in the state.
हम लोग तो सबको चाहते हैं कि लोग मिलकर चले, और आप जानते हैं ना कि लड़की सब कितना कम पढ़ती थी। हम इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में थे, एक लड़की नहीं पढ़ती। कितना खराब लगता था कि एक लड़की भी नहीं पढ़ती। कॉलेज में अगर कोई महिला आती थी तो सब खड़ा होकर महिला को देखने लगता। अब क्या है, अब कितना ज्यादा महिलाएं पढ़ रही है सब जगह।
Nitish Kumar takes a dig at Bharatiya Janata Party's new father of the nation remark for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Asks what has he done for New India. This comes after Amrita Fadnavis, wife of Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, called Prime Minister Modi the father of the nation of a new India.
सुने न थे अखबार में जो छपा कि अब राष्ट्रपिता छोड़ दीजिए, नए पिता कोई राष्ट्र के हो जाए। अब जरा सोच लीजिए।
In Bengaluru, cops were seen resorting to the use of force to manage crowds in a video that has now gone viral. This was at celebrations on the eve of New Year. Earlier this week, authorities had said that restaurants, pubs, hotels and resorts would be allowed to host celebrations only till 1 a.m. A Love Jihad helpline has been launched in Karnataka's Mangaluru to assist girls who have allegedly been victims of forceful religious conversions or interfaith marriages. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad has launched a helpline in association with several other Hindu organizations to provide legal and medical assistance to girls and their family members. Assam Cabinet decides to merge 4 districts with existing ones and redraw boundaries in 14 places a day ahead of the Election Commission's deadline on starting the delimitation exercise for assembly and parliamentary seats. Security beefed up at the RSS headquarters in Nagpur in Maharashtra after an unidentified caller threatens to blow it up with a bomb. A bomb detection and disposal squad and a dog squad summoned and conducted a thorough check of the premises, but nothing suspicious was found.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
Something new is happening in China. Something new that is the result of the battering China has taken in the recent wave of COVID. We all know that there are dead bodies piling up and the crematoriums are busy 24/7. We are given to believe that there is a lack of hospital beds and patients have to be treated while lying down on floors. All that is true. But it's also true that the Chinese have done something new for once. Hi, I'm Major Gauravari and you're watching Checkmate. The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. You could be put in prison, you could be heavily fined or otherwise punished for buying Indian generic drugs. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. China claims to have had over 3 billion vaccinations, which means that every Chinese was vaccinated at least twice. But that isn't helping the situation in China at all. As I told you, people are dying. And China is facing a really, really horrible time. So what does China do about it? What do the Chinese do about it? They go online, on Weibo, and they start asking for information on Indian drugs because the Chinese now trust Indian drugs more than they trust Chinese medicine. Here I have a little report which I'm going to read out to you. Topics like anti-COVID Indian generic drugs sold at 1,000 yuan, which is 144 USD per box. You know, these kind of messages have been trending on Chinese social media platform Weibo. With users exchanging messages and tips on how to get hold of these medicines. Now, let's talk about pricing first. Paxlovid, which is apparently a Chinese drug, is priced at 2,980 yuan per box. And a box of Indian-made drugs can be bought for 530 to 1,600 yuan only. So Indians are selling drugs more effective at almost 1/5 the price. And the Chinese can't seem to get enough. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. The Chinese common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs. So somebody has drugs from India, somebody's been to India, somebody buys a couple of these injections and medicines. He goes to China and he sells it at a premium. The Chinese administer those drugs on themselves, hoping that they will use an Indian drug that is far more effective than the Chinese counterpart. This is one thing. Second news that we have regarding China is this, that the Americans are mulling over a new law or a new rule by which they can stop the Chinese from entering America because of something that I've been saying all along and the world has been saying all along. The Chinese are not transparent, and this is exactly what the Americans are saying. We don't know what's happening in China. We don't know what in God's name China is doing because China has been hiding figures. They've been fudging figures. China has been saying there are no deaths and suddenly it seems dead bodies are piling up. Chinese say there is no threat of COVID because we followed at one point in time a zero COVID policy. But today, entire Chinese cities are in a state of mayhem and chaos. The West does not know what to believe and what not to believe. And as a precautionary measure, they are mulling over the fact, should we stop passengers coming over from China into the United States of America? That's what the Americans are saying. And trust me, if America does this, many other countries will follow suit. On various social media platforms, I have been requesting the government of India to follow suit, or at least take the first step, if not follow suit, because I've been saying it for a long time now. Stop Indians from traveling to China and stop the Chinese from traveling to India. Otherwise, we don't know what we are in for. We don't have much exposure to this new strain of COVID, and we don't know what else will come out of China because there was a time during the third wave and the second wave where we saw lakhs of Indians dead. We saw a massive shortage of oxygen, of basic health facilities because the system crashed, the population of India being what it is. Even though the government says that they are fully prepared, and I believe them when they say that, but the fact of the matter is, if you do not know what the enemy looks like, or what capabilities the enemy has, it is very difficult to prepare against that enemy. So it's best if we stop all traffic from China for a while. to and fro. We should not allow Indians to go into China and Chinese to come into India for some time before we get a hang of the situation. Exactly what the Americans have been saying. Exactly what the Americans are saying now. That the Chinese will start traveling on the 8th of January. From the 8th of January, the Chinese are going to get their visas ready, their tickets ready, and they're going to fly to every country in the world as tourists. They've been locked away for a very long time, and there is this new concept of revenge travel that is going around the world. It's almost like taking revenge. People want to travel because they've been cooped up inside their homes. And the Chinese are no different. They will want to travel, and with them they will carry the virus. This has to be stopped. Now for some news from Pakistan. In the 254th Corps Commanders Conference held at Rawalpindi, General Asim Munir and, he made a couple of statements which are quoted by ISPR, the propaganda wing of Pakistan. Not just the armed forces, but of Pakistan as a nation. They said that without discrimination, the Pakistani army will fight against terrorism, which means that they will no longer discriminate between terrorists. They will no longer say that, this is a good terrorist and this is a bad terrorist, and we will fight against all terrorists equally. Now, this sounds great. This sounds absolutely fantastic, but it's not true. It's a whole bunch of lies they're trying to feed the world because they've had a massive hammering from the FATF and the economic misfortunes of Pakistan, which are just getting bad to us with every single passing day. The foreign exchange reserves are crashing. They are at 6.1 billion. Their rupee is trading at 235 to a dollar. And everything that can go wrong is going wrong. Pakistan has been battered by floods, and economically it's in a very, very precarious condition. Many experts feel that Pakistan has already defaulted. And that $6.1 billion, by the way, that I'm saying are the foreign exchange as of today, the reality is that 3 billion was given by Saudi Arabia and the rest has been given by China. And Saudi Arabia has been very specific, do not spend this money. This is just to shore up your foreign exchange reserves. This is not expenditure money. This is not for your expenditure, not for your daily needs. Effectively, Pakistan has almost zero foreign exchange reserves. That is the truth of Pakistan now. When General Asim Munir says that we will fight against all terrorists, it's very difficult for me as a former Indian Army officer to believe this statement. This is more of rhetoric, less of reality, and I will tell you why I say this. They might take action against the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan and assorted terror outfits that are operating against the Pakistani army and the Pakistani people. But most Pakistanis actually believe that what is happening in Kashmir, the terrorism in Kashmir, is jihad. This is why there is a lot of support for Kashmir, because for the past 75 years, Kashmir was and remains the cornerstone of Pakistan's foreign policy and national security policy. They cannot look beyond Kashmir. They're extremely short-sighted that way, myopic even. So to say that they will act on all terrorists, I think there is a fine line and there is a difference. The difference is that they do not consider Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Hizbul Mujahideen terrorists. They consider them freedom fighters. There is a twist in the definition. And there is another reason they dare not take action on Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. They dare not. And why is that? This is because of one simple reason, that the Pakistani army and this entire strategy for the past 40 years in Kashmir has been based on terror outfits. It is a rare Pakistani army chief who took military action against Kashmir. There was, of course, this regular light and sound show along the line of control. Of course, there was a 1999 Kargil war. But apart from that, there has been absolutely nothing. And even Kargil was more to do with Siachen than to do with Kashmir. Kashmir was one of the aims, but Siachen was the main aim, to cut off Siachen Glacier. But the fact of the matter is, military action for benefit in Kashmir for the last 30-40 years is not something that the Pakistani army has contemplated. They've always used terrorists against India. And today, they cannot take action against a Hafiz Saeed or a Maulana Masood Azhar. The Pakistani public knows that if Hafiz Saeed is in jail, it's actually not a jail, it's a 5-star hotel. He has access to his family, he has access to the best food, the best medical care, the best security that Pakistani money can buy, however little that may be. The public of Pakistan, the people of Pakistan will not stand for mistreatment against their so-called national heroes like Hafiz Saeed and Maulana Masood Azhar. These were the people who put Burhan Wani posters on their trains. I'm talking about July 2016 when Burhan Wani was killed by the Indian Army in an encounter. It was Pakistan who raised him to the level of a national hero. They declared a holiday. They had postage stamps in his honor. They put his photographs on trains, and everywhere it was Burhan Wani all the way. So this is the mindset of Pakistan. Pakistan will not let go of this unique power that they have, or that they feel that they have in Kashmir. That is the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and to some extent, the Hizbul Mujahideen. There is another reason for it, and I'd like to take this opportunity to explain in detail why Pakistan will not do it. Ladies and gentlemen, the people who control the Pakistan army, the corps commanders and the army chief and various people in military operations and military intelligence, the ISI. When Hafiz Saeed and Maulana Masood Azhar were starting off their careers in terrorism, blessed by the Pakistan army, today's 3-star, 4-star generals of the Pakistan army were at one point in time captains and majors. It was at this point in time that the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed were picking up. It was at this time that Maulana Masood Azhar, later and slightly earlier, Hafiz Saeed was making a name for himself in Kashmir. They were sending terrorists in Kashmir from across the border. They were training young Kashmiris, gullible Kashmiris. They were asking them to come to Pakistan. They were giving them training, Daura-e-Am, Daura-e-Khas, a few weeks of weapon training, send them back, ask them to attack Indian army, ask them to attack politicians, locals, spread terror in Kashmir. The generals of the Pakistan army, their professional growth, their growing up, has been with the heads of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed. The Lashkar and the Jaish are almost regiments of the Pakistan army. And I have it from a reliable source, though I cannot claim this thing to be true, and I do not vouch for this thing to be absolutely true. But I have journalist friends in Pakistan who tell me that people like Hafiz Saeed and people like Maulana Masood Azhar are very, very smart. They have audio recordings and video recordings of Pakistani army officers planning terror strikes along with them inside Kashmir. And some of those senior officers today are those very officers who 30 years back were sitting with Hafiz Saeed in a drawing room in Muridke planning the next strike in Kashmir. Today they are co-commanders. Today they are army chiefs or Director General of Military Operations and Military Intelligence. They have grown up together literally. Their professional growth has been simultaneous. Today, how can a Pakistani general take action against Hafiz Saeed? Hafiz Saeed has a plethora of information about them. And they say, these sources say, unconfirmed, let me state for the record, unconfirmed, but these sources tell me, and I have my people there who keep on telling me, they're journalists, they say that Major Saab, Hafiz Saeed and other people who are part of the terror network in Pakistan, they have this evidence against the Pakistan army, which they have placed in safe boxes outside Pakistan. So if tomorrow the Pakistani army comes under pressure from FATF, from the United Nations, from the Americans or from India, they don't end up killing Hafiz Saeed in a fake encounter. They don't end up decimating his organization. Which is why, ladies and gentlemen, even when Pakistan was under a huge amount of stress, FATF, during those times when it was on the grey list, and it lost almost $35 billion over a period of 4.5, 5 years, Pakistan did not give up Lashkar-e-Taiba chief and the Hizbul Mujahideen chief. Pakistan did not give up these people. Pakistan owes forced loyalty to them. It owes loyalty to them, and it's forced. They're blackmailing each other. And this is what is happening. This is what my Pakistani sources tell me. So, General Asim Munir is saying that we will take action against all terror outfits. I think this is, absolutely fake. This is false. This is messaging to the domestic audience in Pakistan. People who are sick and tired of, being attacked by the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. Of course, Pakistan will take some action against the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, but that will be action like legal cases, court cases, like imprisoning a few leaders to show to the world that our judiciary is, taking cognizance of this and we are filing cases and we're doing the right thing as a democracy. But kinetic action, never. Kinetic action will be reserved for the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. Baloch people living in coastal areas, generally around Gwadar, like people living in coastal areas in India and other parts of the world, one of the primary occupations is fishing. And they've been doing it for hundreds of years, centuries old profession. They have these old boats in which they can go, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 kilometers inside, fish and come back. It's almost hand to mouth. It's almost subsistence. Now what happens is, suddenly the Pakistani government gives permission to Chinese trawlers to come and start fishing there, making money. The Pakistani government and the Pakistani army did not consider the welfare of the Baloch. Had this been in Punjab, it would have never happened. But then Baloch are not just second class, but rather third class citizens.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs. Big companies in Pakistan are shutting down. You've all heard about how the Toyota, plant shut down and other manufacturing plants. Actually, not manufacturing, ladies and gentlemen. Pakistanis call them manufacturing. It's actually assembly plants. Pakistan doesn't manufacture anything. These are assembly plants. And they import stuff from outside and they assemble and they sell, these cars inside Pakistan, which is why cars in Pakistan are so expensive. What has happened is that Nishat Chunia, one of the biggest textile manufacturers in Pakistan, had at one point in time a very vibrant textile manufacturing base. Now this is all shut down. And there are 2-3 reasons. First of all, government policies, which don't help manufacturers of any kind. The electricity rates in Pakistan really going up, electricity becoming unaffordable for the common man and also for business houses. But the main thing is that the inability of the State Bank of Pakistan, to issue letters of credit. Now, where does Pakistan get raw material from? People need to be paid. People need to be paid in dollars. In different countries from where Pakistan imports raw material, Pakistan does not have so much of raw material on its own. And this is where the problem comes in now. Nishat Chunia, one of the biggest brands in Pakistan for textile manufacturing, has been temporarily shut down. And there are stories about other things happening in Pakistan where loads of companies, literally in their hundreds, are on the verge of shutting down. Or they're talking to the government, pleading for some sort of relief. But there is no relief to be had. The core problem is lack of dollars. Pakistan is in no position to pay dollars to anyone. And moving from here to Balochistan, what is happening is, you must have heard about the news about how a policeman was shot dead. So there is this movement happening in Balochistan called the Haq Do Tehreek. Haq as in right and Do, give us our rights. Haq Do Tehreek. And what has happened is that a lot of Baloch people have got together. They've literally shut down the national highway. They're not allowing the Chinese to leave. I believe some Chinese are stuck inside, but the Pakistani media is not very open about this. They're not very transparent about this. There is no regular media coverage. All the videos that you will find are not from mainstream media, generally from social media. There is a clampdown and I'm given to understand that for the past 7 days, they have shut down mobile communication in certain parts of Balochistan, especially Gwadar. Now, what is happening there is, we've discussed this once before in Checkmate also, and I will say this again. A, the Chinese are grabbing Baloch resources and the Baloch don't like it. You know, earlier the Pakistani Punjabis were grabbing gas from the Sui gas fields, you know, they have massive gas fields in Pakistan, and everything goes to Lahore. Homes in Lahore, homes in Karachi, homes in Islamabad are heated. But the Baloch, they still cook with firewood and they have no heating in their homes because everything is taken mostly to Pakistani Punjab. Now the problem here is especially started off with the fishing community in Balochistan, especially in Gwadar. Baloch people living in coastal areas are generally around Gwadar. Like people living in coastal areas in India and other parts of the world, you know, one of the primary occupations is fishing. And they've been doing it for hundreds of years, centuries old profession. They have these old boats in which they can go, you know, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 kilometers inside, fish and come back. It's almost hand to mouth. It's almost subsistence. Now what happens is, suddenly the Pakistani government gives permission to Chinese trawlers to come and start fishing there, making money. The Pakistani government and the Pakistani army did not consider the welfare of the Baloch. Had this been in Punjab, it would have never happened. But then Baloch are not just second class, but rather third class citizens in their old so-called country called Pakistan. So what happened was they allowed these hundreds of Chinese fishing boats to come. Now these are big trawlers which the Chinese have in Balochistan. These are big, big trawlers. Trawlers that can stay days at sea. Big fishing boats with refrigeration in them. Big fishing boats which have radars and GPS and all the latest equipment. Fishing boats that can go fish in international water and come back to Pakistan. The Chinese trawlers have taken away all the fish and there is nothing for the Baloch, which is why the Baloch fishermen, this started off as a fishermen's protest. And this has snowballed into the Haq Do Tehreek, which is give us our rights. The movement for demanding of rights of the Baloch people. Now, the Baloch people obviously are suffering because of Pakistani army action. There are checkpoints everywhere. Baloch women are humiliated. The elderly are humiliated. Plus, even their daily bread is being taken away. Now, what has happened in Pakistan, and it's not happened today, it's been happening for some time, is that there is so much of pressure on the Baloch. There is so much of pressure by the largely Punjabi Pakistani army that the Baloch have now joined hands with the TTP. In fact, they did that in the early part of this year. But now it is coming to the fore where the Baloch separatists, the Baloch freedom fighters have joined hands with the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. Most of them have homes inside Afghanistan also. So what's happening is that the Baloch go, they attack and they melt away into Afghanistan or go back into the hills. Now these attacks that have been happening in Pakistan for the last 10-15 days, every day there is an attack, every day there is a killing. This is because of the partnership of the Baloch with the TTP. The TTP were anyway attacking the Pakistani armed forces. They were anyway killing. But the Baloch felt that they needed more firepower. The aims of both these organizations are different. The Baloch want an independent Balochistan and the TTP want the Sharia. But like they say in Hindi, Dost ka dushman, apna dushman. Your friend's enemy automatically becomes your enemy, and your enemy's enemy automatically becomes your friend. This has exactly what has happened in Balochistan. Now they're attacking Pakistani armed forces, they're killing Pakistani policemen, they're killing the levies, the frontier corps, and everybody who they think is possibly a collaborator, who's sort of giving information, who's a traitor to the Baloch people. Those people are being silenced, they're being killed in Balochistan. It's really sad, the levels of violence, but then a people oppressed for too long, and here I'm talking about Baloch, not the TTP, the people who've been oppressed for so long. There will be a time, when they will lose patience and they will fight, and this will be a bloody war. It has been continuing, it's now spiraled out of control. There is nothing that the Pakistani army can do, except for giving press conferences. ISPR organized press conferences. There is very little that the Pakistani army can do because the entire area is up in arms. There are various think tanks who are saying that 2 provinces of Pakistan, or Pakistan has 4 provinces. It has Punjab, it has Sindh, Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And many experts are saying that 2 provinces are absolutely out of Pakistan's control. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, which is ruled by the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, and Balochistan, which is ruled by BAP, the Balochistan Awami Party, along with other parties also. So it's like a coalition government happening in Balochistan. It's absolutely out of control. The army says law and order is a local issue. The policemen there say that we cannot control it because these terrorists come from across the border. These freedom fighters come from Afghanistan. They're carrying with them rocket launchers. They're carrying with them grenades, AK-47, sniper rifles, the latest equipment. And you know, a lot of people made fun, a lot of Pakistanis made fun of the Americans when America left Afghanistan. They said, America ran away, America was afraid, and America left $85 billion worth of arms and ammunition in Afghanistan. And the Pakistanis were laughing, jeering, making fun of the Americans and saying that, oh, we have defeated the Americans. That was the Pakistani narrative, that it was the Pakistanis who had somehow, been very smart about it, been very cunning, and defeated the Americans along with the Taliban. Now those $85 billion worth of weapons are coming to bite Pakistan. They're using the latest thermal imaging. The terrorists are using the latest sniper rifles, the latest weapons that the American Marines and the infantry used. They're using everything in the American arsenal, and they're using those weapons to kill Pakistani citizens, including Pakistan Army. Pakistan Army has no answer. Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa are going out of control. They're spiraling absolutely out of control. So ladies and gentlemen, this is what I have for you this week. I hope you like this episode. I'm going to be back again with fresh news from around the world for you on Checkmate. Thank you for watching and have a great week.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an
Let me ask you tonight, which language do you speak? How many languages do you speak? I speak Hindi, Assamese, Bengali, English. I can understand Marathi, I can comprehend spoken Gujarati, Bhojpuri, and I can understand at least half a dozen other dialects. That is my upbringing. I'm sure that many of you speak as many and understand many more languages and dialects. And this is what makes us uniquely Indian. This characteristic is not common in many parts of the world. When we launched Republic, I spoke a bit of Kannada at a pre-launch youth event in Bengaluru. And Republic's first marketing campaign viewers was in Tamil in Chennai. Where else in the world do we have this richness, this unique diversity? Where else, viewers? And so, please don't stay a distant observer in this language political fight. You must say, we are hashtag United by Language. Let us make hashtag United by Language trend tonight and for a long time. Because it is the only way that the politicians in this country, across this country, will know that they can never beat us.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic TV. I'm Rukma with you. And over the next few minutes, I'll be taking you through the top stories that are breaking across India and the world. So join me as I begin with the headlines.
नए भारत के नए पिता क्या किए हैं भारत के लिए?
Father of New India remark irks Bihar Chief Minister. Nitish asks, what has Prime Minister Modi done? Big twist in cricketer Rishabh Pant accident case. While cops claim Pant dozed off, DDCA claims he was trying to dodge a pothole. In the run-up to 2023, Amit Shah sounds poll bugle in Karnataka, calls out Congress, JDS, pushes for double-engine government. In a big move, a day ahead of the deadline, Assam government merges 4 districts into existing ones. And Omicron's XBB 1.5 variant identified in Gujarat, medical authorities are on the alert. And in news that's breaking at this point, after a big twist in cricketer Rishabh Pant accident case, National Highways Authority of India has started work of filling in potholes in the area since this night. This comes after the DDCA blamed a pothole for the accident which involved Rishabh Pant's car. Rishabh Pant himself had to be rescued and he had to be brought out of the car. He had been driving home to Roorkee, his hometown. The forensic team that reached the spot this morning also expressed apprehensions about the pothole that had led to the accident that led Rishabh Pant to sustain injuries and be hospitalized. So the National Highways Authority of India swings into action mode and operations are on to fill up the pothole that the DDCA had blamed for the accident. And so after that major twist, we had told you the DDCA had said that it was a pothole. Rishabh Pant had earlier told the police that he had dozed off and that could have caused the accident, which led to him sustaining injuries, abrasions and various injuries and hospitalization. After that, Pant had to be rescued by local drivers who dragged him out of his car. And he was unconscious even for some time. Now, the National Highways Authority of India is undertaking work to fill in the said pothole that the DDCA claims had led to Rishabh Pant's car accident. And the car which was a Mercedes, was burnt after the accident took place. That was in Uttarakhand in Roorkee. And joining us now is my senior editor, Shravan Sen, on the phone line. Shravan, give us more details about this major twist in the car accident which involved Rishabh Pant. All right, sorry about that. We are joined by Harsha, my colleague, for more details about this major twist. The pothole now gaining significance after the DDCA first claimed that it was a pothole that led to the accident.
we reported from the accident site as well. We saw how many potholes that entire place had. And the DDC has already have stated that it was not that Rishabh Pant dozed off on a wheel, it was the pothole, because with Rishabh Pant lost control of his car, it was a very high speed, and that was the very time when it collided with the building. Yesterday we saw a team which was sent by the central authority from NHI. We saw the team of ARTO and Save Life Foundation and the road safety team which came there to the spot at the accident crash site, and how they were inspecting the entire area. And today we are seeing the visuals from that very NH58 highway which goes from Delhi to Uttarakhand. The potholes are being filled now. And there are multiple potholes. They are not one, two. In that entire stretch, there are more than 50 potholes. And now NHI is doing its work to filling that pothole. But there's one question which again and again the locals and villagers are asking and raising, is that when the Rishabh Pant's car met an accident, it was a very high-profile accident, a very high-profile case. Now NHI, Central Authority, Road Safety Department, ARTO, Transport Department, everyone has awake. And now they are doing their duty, which they were supposed to do years back, which they were supposed to do when the first accident happened on that very road. And when multiple locals and villagers complained about this incident. But now they are filling their work exactly. They are not only filling the potholes, they are filling the work. They are doing their duties now, which they had to do initially. If they would have done it prior, Rishabh Pant's accident could not have happened, and Rishabh Pant would have been in a better place, not in a hospital in Max. Right now he's being treated, he's better, but he has got a very serious knee ligament injury which is being treated, and that is a case which is a worrisome for a cricketer. It is his knee injury. He has to play further in February, and there are many match series. Now he will not be able to play, or he will be able to play. The decision will be taken by BCCI. All depends on his recovery, his knee and ligament injury, which has to be taken care of. Right now he's in a hospital, but we have got to know that NHI has started filling the potholes which are in that entire stretch of NH58, so that no accidents in the future, no accident happens on the Delhi National Highway. Rukma, back to you.
Right, Harsha, many thanks for joining us there and for giving us those details. So it's a major twist, but as a result, a major outcome of the accident which has led to serious injuries as far as cricketer Rishabh Pant is concerned, who is hospitalized in a Dehradun hospital, in Max Hospital in Dehradun. Well, a major outcome of that accident is that now notice has been taken of the potholes after DDCA officials, a team of DDCA had gone to meet the cricketer in Dehradun, and it was they who pointed out that it was not the fact that Rishabh Pant had dozed off, but the potholes that had caused the accident, which led to injuries to Rishabh Pant and his car being burnt in that accident. Now we are hearing that the National Highways Authority of India is taking steps to deal with the situation of potholes.
मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूँ और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो 2nd फ्लोर है और 3rd फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है।
And breaking news coming in now. Prashant Kishore's big attack on Nitish Kumar. As Prashant Kishore says, there will be strong opposition on the ground against Nitish Kumar's visit. There will be huge anger amongst the people against the Chief Minister. Viewers, these are statements coming in from Prashant Kishore, known political strategist who has been a close aide of Nitish Kumar, who was a close aide of Nitish Kumar at one point of time. Now he slams Nitish Kumar, says that Nitish Kumar has no standing among people on the ground anymore. If he does come for a visit, there will be a backlash against him. That's what he says about the Bihar Chief Minister. And let's listen in to what exactly was said by Prashant Kishore in that statement.
कोई यात्रा शुरू कर रहे हैं तो एक तो खुशी ये है कि चलिए कम से कम जमीन पर लोग उतर तो रहे हैं, लेकिन नीतीश जी तो अपने तरीके से यात्रा करते ही रहते हैं। पहले भी किया है उन्होंने। आपको पहले से एक भविष्यवाणी कर देता, नीतीश जी यात्रा करेंगे तो वो उस यात्रा में सारे सरकारी अमला के बावजूद, सारी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था के बाद भी आपको प्रदर्शन, अप्रिय घटनाएं आपको देखने सुनने को मिलेगी। इस बात को एडवांस में लिख लीजिए। मैं चल रहा हूं समाज में तो वो देख रहा हूं कि कितना गुस्सा लोगों में है। जिन किसानों को यूरिया नहीं मिल रहा है और नीतीश जी वहां यात्रा करेंगे तो आपको क्या लगता है कि वो किसान चुप बैठे रहेंगे? लोग
Speaking about farmer issues there, Prashant Kishore slams the government of Bihar under Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, asking, will the farmers stay silent if they do not get their urea supply, if they do not get the basic necessities that they need for farming? Prashant Kishore, as viewers, you're aware, is a former aide of the Bihar Chief Minister. Now he is heard slamming Nitish Kumar, saying that people will reject Nitish Kumar, who has lost touch with ground realities. Asks, why will farmers remain silent if they are not getting their basic necessities? Urea, for example, as mentioned by Prashant Kishore. And it's time now to take a look at other top stories that we are tracking at this hour. Prime Minister Modi extends New Year greetings to all citizens on the occasion of the beginning of 2023. Taking to social media, the Prime Minister said, I quote, "Have a great 2023. May it be filled with hope, happiness and lots of success. May everyone be blessed with wonderful health." India announces RT-PCR testing mandatory for international passengers traveling from China, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, Singapore and Thailand. Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia informs that passengers will have to upload their reports on the Air Suvidha portal before travel. Counsel for actor Shehzad Khan, who is the accused in actor Tanisha Sharma's death case, said that he will file the first bail application on Monday. This comes after a Vasai court sent accused Shehzad Khan to 14 days judicial custody.
नहीं, उन्होंने कहा कि इनके आईडी का पासवर्ड नहीं था, जो कि पुलिस ऑलरेडी जो है रिट्रीट कर सकती है, रिकवर कर सकती है, इसलिए आप जैसी हो गया बस इतना आप न्यूज चलाइए, बाकी हम आपको बाद में बताएंगे।
Launching a scathing attack, JDS leader H.D. Kumarasamy called the BJP a party full of hypocrisies and lies, and further added that Home Minister Amit Shah is a political chameleon and reincarnation of Nazi propagandist Joseph Goebbels. Attending an event in Patna, Bihar Chief Minister indirectly attacks Lalu's Jungle Raj, saying that women were not respected or safe in Bihar earlier, but now the situation has changed.
हम लोग तो सबको चाहते हैं कि लोग मिलकर चले, और आप जानते हैं ना कि लड़की सब कितना कम पढ़ती थी। हम इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में थे, एक लड़की नहीं पढ़ती। कितना खराब लगता था कि एक लड़की भी नहीं पढ़ती। कॉलेज में अगर कोई महिला आती थी तो सब खड़ा होकर महिला को देखने लगता था। अब क्या, अब कितना ज्यादा महिलाएं पढ़ रही है सब जगह।
And Nitish Kumar takes a dig at Bharatiya Janata Party's new father of the nation remark for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Asks what has he done for New India. This comes after Amrita Vadnagar, wife of Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, calls Prime Minister Modi the father of the nation of a new India.
राष्ट्रपिता तो ये वो कौन बोली? सुने न थे अखबार में जो छपा कि अब राष्ट्रपिता छोड़ दीजिए, नए पिता कोई राष्ट्र के हो जाए। अब जरा सोच लीजिए, नए भारत के नए पिता क्या किए हैं भारत के लिए? कुछ काम किए हैं? कहां भारत आगे बढ़ा है?
In Bengaluru, cops were seen resorting to use of force to manage crowds in a video that has now gone viral. Earlier this week, authorities had said that restaurants, pubs, hotels and resorts would be allowed to host celebrations only till 1 a.m. A Love Jihad helpline has been launched in Karnataka's Mangaluru to assist girls who are allegedly victims of forced religious conversions or interfaith marriages. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad has launched the helpline in association with several other Hindu organizations to provide legal and medical assistance to these girls and their family members. The Assam cabinet has decided to merge 4 districts with existing ones and redraw boundaries in 14 places a day ahead of the Election Commission's deadline on starting the delimitation exercise for assembly and parliamentary seats. Security beefed up at the RSS headquarters in Nagpur in Maharashtra after an unidentified caller threatens to blow it up with a bomb. A bomb detection and disposal squad and a dog squad are summoned and they conduct a thorough checkup of the premises, but nothing suspicious was found. And time now for a short break. On the other side, in the run-up to 2023, Amit Shah sounds poll bugle in Karnataka, calls out Congress JDS, pushes for double-engine government. And in a big move, a day ahead of the deadline, Assam government merges 4 districts into existing ones.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to.
This is Abhishek Kapoor reporting from New Delhi, and this is Republic.
You're watching live and breaking, viewers, and news that's breaking right now. Haryana sports minister has been booked for sexually harassing a junior female coach. A case has been registered against Sandeep Singh by Chandigarh police in this regard. So a sexual harassment case lodged against Haryana sports minister, and it has been he is being accused of harassing a junior coach. So news breaking at this hour. Haryana Minister Sandeep Singh booked for harassment of a junior female coach. Chandigarh police have lodged the case against him, and well, we're trying to get in more updates and details about so that we can understand more if it is put in context. But now all that we know as far as this particular news that's breaking is concerned, Sandeep Singh, a minister in the Haryana government, has been booked in Chandigarh for sexually harassing a junior female coach. That's what we are hearing. We are trying to get in touch with our correspondent to confirm the details of this breaking news. Chandigarh police have been have booked him for harassment, for sexual harassment, and that's the picture of Sandeep Singh, who has been booked for sexually harassing a junior coach, and a case has been lodged against him in this regard. The case has been lodged by police in Chandigarh, and the case is of sexually harassing a junior female coach. It's a true embarrassment for the state government, but of course no details available at this point. But we are getting news that's breaking right now that this Haryana minister, a minister in the Haryana government, has been booked for sexual harassment. He's accused of sexually harassing a young female coach, and the case has been registered in Chandigarh by police in the city. And Amandeep joining us live on this story. Amandeep, could you give us some context into this harassment case? It's a sexual harassment case against Haryana Minister Sandeep Singh, we are hearing. So give us some background as to what this case is all about.
Well, absolutely, Rukma. This harassment was done by Sandeep Singh as per the allegations, and in fact, a female junior athletic coach. She has made this allegation just 2 days before, and she filed a complaint before the Chandigarh police as well. According to her allegations, she stated in her complaint that she was being sexually harassed and Sandeep Singh was trying to put pressure on her, and in fact when she did not compromise, when she did not agree, Sandeep Singh forcibly transferred her to the other station where there was no such ground of athletics. And in fact that is the reason first she held a press conference with INLD leader Abhay Chautala at his residence, and in fact later on she filed a complaint with the Chandigarh police stating all this and narrating this entire story, that how she is a victim of sexual harassment. And today itself the Chandigarh police have registered the case against Minister Sandeep Singh under section 354, 354A, 354B and of IPC, and in fact now the further investigation is still on. So this is how the entire story unfolded, Rukma. But yes, this is a trouble mounting situation for Sandeep Singh, though these are the cognizable offences, these are the bailable offences. But now either Sandeep Singh is going to lose his ministry after this FIR, after these allegations, or Khattar government will still sustain him as a minister. This is a big question. But a minister, a sports minister, has sexually harassed a junior female coach of athletics. This has been proved and a case has been registered. This is a very serious allegation against the minister. Yes, Rukma.
Right, a very serious allegation, clearly something that would leave the government, the state government, the Khattar government red-faced. And well, those are the details as far as we know. Amandeep bringing us up to speed. Sandeep Singh booked in this case of sexual harassment against a junior female coach. And many thanks, Amandeep, for joining us there. It's time now for a short break, but more news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay with Republic TV.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and
हाय फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम टू द गौरव आर्या शो. यह हमारी शो का पहला एपिसोड है और इस एपिसोड में हम आपको मिलवाएंगे खास मेहमान से. लेकिन उसके पहले हम आपको बता दें शो के बारे में. इस शो में हर समय हम आपको फौजियों से मिलवाएंगे. अब फौजी है कौन? फौजी का मतलब यह नहीं कि जिसने वर्दी पहनी है और जिसने बॉर्डर पे नौकरी करी है। फौजी कौन दोस्तों? वो डॉक्टर जो ईमानदारी से पेशेंट का इलाज करे, वो वकील जो अपने क्लाइंट के हक की बात करे, वो आम आदमी जो अपना फर्ज निभाए। ये सारे के सारे क्या हैं? दिल से तो फौजी हैं ना। तो ऐसे फौजियों से मैं आपको मिलवाऊंगा इस शो पे। हमारे पहले गेस्ट, खास मेहमान, कर्नल डीपी के पिल्ले, शौर्य चक्र। सर, शो में बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका सर।
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you for this honor.
Sir, it's an honor and a privilege for me to host you. This is the first episode, sir. और सर मैं आपसे शुरुआत में ही एक सवाल दाग देता हूं सर। Let me shoot off one question, sir. You got a शौर्य चक्र in मणिपुर, सर। आपको मणिपुर में एक एक्शन के लिए शौर्य चक्र मिला, सर। आपने एक ऐसा काम करा जो कहानियां सुनने को नहीं मिलती। ऐसी कहानी सुनने को कम मिलती है। फौजियों के साथ क्या एसोसिएटेड होता है सर? गोली, बम, बारूद, इसको मारा, वहां पे एक्शन करा, ये अटैक करा। आपकी कहानी यूनिक है। आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे, बेहोश होने वाले थे, और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअल्टी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थी, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। आपने बोला कि मेरे साथ जो हो सो हो, बच्चों की जान बचाओ, और यहां से आपकी कहानी शुरू होती है। सर मैं चाहूंगा आप हमारे व्यूअर्स को, इफ यू कैन जस्ट टेल आवर व्यूअर्स व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी, व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर ऑन दैट फेटफुल डे। सर
पहले बात तो गौरव, आई वांट टू से ऐसे कहानियां सुनने को कम मिलते, मगर ये जरूरी नहीं है कि नहीं होते। हमारे आर्मी में कई स्टोरीज हैं ऐसे
जी
जो हम लोग को सुनने में नहीं आते। कई ऑफिसर्स होते हैं जो, या जवान होते हैं जो रॉकेट लॉन्चर इस्तेमाल नहीं करते क्योंकि उस घर में बच्चे होते हैं एंड वो खुद मर जाते हैं, मगर वो दे आर विलिंग टू सैक्रिफाइस देयर लाइफ बट नॉट टू अलाउ a civilian or a child to die.
जी.
So this is something that which many people don't realize.
जी.
Our army has a very very strong cultural and a moral ethos. It is something civilizational in us.
जी.
So my encounter was like I was told that there is a group of insurgents.
ये किस साल की बात है सर? कब हुआ?
1994 में.
1994.
So
the year I passed out from the academy, sir.
Okay.
You were in Manipur hunting down these people. अच्छा सर, ठीक है, आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली and you went into the forest. जंगल में चले गए सर आप.
My CO, Brigadier Nautiyal, who gave me an information that there are a group of insurgents.
जी.
And I trust you to hunt them down and locate them. And एक फौज में एक बार कमांडिंग ऑफिसर बोल देता कि I trust you, तो वो ट्रस्ट को you have to keep it up.
तोड़ना नहीं है सर.
तोड़ना नहीं चाहिए. वो फेथ जो है, चाहे गोली हो या बमबारी हो, you have to do it. You can't. There's no way. So when the commanding officer said that I can trust that you will do it, you locate them. So that faith had to be kept. It's very important to have faith and keep the faith that somebody has in you.
Yes.
My countrymen have faith in our army, and we keep the faith that the countrymen have. Till the last round.
Zaruri hai, sir.
It is
yes.
like when you hear Shaitan Singh's story, or
yes, sir.
when you hear it is till the last man, last round.
Yes,
it is something that inspires all of us.
भरोसा नहीं टूटना चाहिए कहते हैं ना फौज में सर. भरोसा नहीं, एक बार भरोसा टूट गया फिर
खत्म हो गया.
फिर खत्म हो गया. फिर वहां पे that is वो बाइनरी है सर मामला फौज में. जी.
So I decided that I have to go locate. So I took a long route and reached that village. We took a detour and we landed up in the right village. God's grace that we much before sunrise से पहले पहुंच गए थे वहाँ पे. कॉर्डन लगा दिया था हमने. And luckily for us वहाँ पे कोई अलर्ट हुआ नहीं था. वहाँ पे कुत्ते वगैरह भौंक नहीं रहे थे तो लोगों को पता नहीं चला था. And then I had gone to the church. Village churches is normally at the highest point. There I found a young boy who was trying to run away. So I caught him and tied him up and told him that keep quiet. And that's the time that
बोलना मत किसी को.
हाँ.
हम लोग आए हैं. मैं I just want to tell the viewers कि ऐसा ना बोले कि अरे उस समय young Captain Pillai tied up a young boy. Why did he tie him up? क्यों किसी को बोल ना पाए? Advance warning ना दे दे गलती से किसी को.
And then there was this Havildar Madan from AEC who was also. In fact, एक और चीज बताना जरूरी है कि हम लोग सब सोचते हैं कि फ़ौज में जो सबसे अच्छे डिसिप्लिन लोग होते हैं वो सबसे अच्छे सोल्जर्स होते हैं, वो नहीं. मेरे पेट्रोल में पूरे जितने भी क्वार्टर गार्ड में थे वो लोग थे. जितने बदमाश और गुंडे होते हैं ना तो जो छुट्टी से लेट आए.
शुरू में सर पूरी राष्ट्र राइफल्स ऐसे बनी थी. इनिशियल डेज एंटायर राष्ट्र राइफल्स वाज क्रिएटेड टू सच पीपल सर. मुझे तो लगता था सारे ना क्वार्टर गार्ड खाली कर दिया. नाउ लेटर ऑन ऑफ कोर्स दे गॉट द टॉप पीपल टू गो. बट हाँ जी. Please continue.
But it is a fact that, you'll find the ones who are the, like the most disciplined people are not the ones you would trust them in war. I went to NDA get together yesterday.
Sure.
And I met somebody who was removed from the academy for forging his. He used to give purchase for people. Now, if you see World War II movies, आप देखेंगे तो पासपोर्ट बनाने के लिए एक हुआ करता था ना जो बना के देता था नकली पासपोर्ट
फेक पासपोर्ट जो
तो मैं याद किया यार ऐसे आदमी होते हैं जो काम आएंगे लड़ाई में टैलेंटेड ये टैलेंट होना चाहिए मगर उनको निकाला गया था एकेडमी से कि यू फोर्ज्ड मेडिकल स्लिप्स फॉर पीपल वो बना के देता था हम सबको मेडिकल स्लिप्स गो एंजॉय आउट पास एक आउट पास का पर्ची बना के देता था so poor fellow was but then I'm telling you that the best people that you have are the ones who have a little bit of a you have to have that sense of adventure.
Sure.
Yes, so that is something. So this patrol was full of them, and I had this guy. He had opened fire, so he alerted us.
Sure.
So I ran. जहाँ पे गोली चला था उस तरफ I ran towards that door and then I entered the room, and then I had a burst of AK-47 on me, and then there was.
कितनी गोलियां लगी सर आपको?
I got 4 bullets, 3 burst, and one more corrected himself. Then he got it on my chest, right above my nipple.
उसने अपनी chest ठीक करी उसने बोला गलत जगह गोलियां लग रही हैं. So you got a burst of 3 सर एक chest में लगी आपके?
3 मेरे बाजू में.
3 बाजू में लगी?
Shoulder में.
Sir.
Yeah. Upper arm.
एक छाती पे.
Then he threw a grenade, and the door came and covered the body for me, so I got protected.
उसने grenade आपके ऊपर फेंका.
Yeah.
Grenade फटा
जो मेरे.
But you're saying दरवाजा बीच में आया?
हाँ पूरा splinters ले लिया दरवाजे ने.
तो main impact was taken by the door, वरना it would have been fatal, sir.
Yeah. It's a butterfly effect. It flies up.
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल.
But anyway, it's all good luck for me personally. I think we spend lifetime waiting for such moments in the army. We prepare from academy. When you go, I'll just come back again. I'm saying yesterday we had a commandant from NDA. और जो कमांडेंट बनता है एनडीए का उसके एक मीन्स ही हैज़ अ प्रिविलेज कि अपने कोर्स को बुला के गेट टुगेदर करा सकता है तो हमारे आउट ऑफ टर्न एक गेट टुगेदर हुआ था एनडीए में आई वेंट बैक देयर मैं 16 साल व्हेन आई वाज 16 इयर्स आई वेंट देयर तो आई वाज ट्राइंग टू रिमेंबर व्हाट इज इट दैट इंस्पायर्ड मी एंड व्हेन आई रीड दोस स्टोरीज हट ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस यू वेंट you saw the stories of Salaria, and Gurbachan Singh Salaria, Paramveer Chakra, or Arun Khetrapal. These are things that really inspired us.
Sure.
Stories of valor, courage, and we always wanted to be like that. Nobody wants to join the army to become a general or whatever. They want to have heroic stories. It's from our childhood we've been reading those kind of things. You read about Abhimanyu who knew how to break the Chakravyuh, and you learned about the right conduct because even today, आज भी हम याद करते हैं कि अभिमन्यु पे जो हुआ था गलत हुआ था वो
हम कहते हैं उसको घेर के मारा निहत्था था
बिल्कुल
घेर के मारा
so that is something that we always remember that it even the elders are faulted for that they took up arms against a person who was without arms he was disarmed he was a young boy
yes sir
so Ashwatthama is roaming around for killing young children and everything so it's remembered there's something immoral unethical there's something that is culturally taught us in our army
अच्छा सर मैं आपको बीच में इंटरप्ट करूंगा सर ये आपने तो बताया कि एनडीए में जो सिखाया था यहां पे आपको 4 गोलियां लगी सर 3 हाथ में एक छाती पे ग्रेनेड फटा ठीक है ऊपर वाले की कृपा है सर कि यू गॉट सेव्ड बिकॉज बीच में दरवाजा आ गया तो स्प्लिंटर शायद आपके पैर में भी लगा था सर यू सिग्निफिकेंट इंजरी हाथ में लगा था अच्छा सर मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूं कि आप जमीन पे गिरे हैं जाहिर सी बात है ब्लड लॉस है एंड योर sub-unit or the platoon that you were with, or whatever number of men you were with, sir, they called for CASEVAC, sir, casualty evacuation. Indian Army sends a helicopter. कि वहाँ पे young Captain Pillai is lying there on the ground. He's injured. Nobody knows the extent of the injuries क्योंकि सर किसी को भी बोलो 4 गोली लगी बगल में ग्रेनेड फटा है तो what is he to imagine, sir? वो सोचेगा क्या? वो तो यही सोचेगा ना कि भाई प्लीज सेव हिज लाइफ जाओ भेजो चॉपर. इंडियन आर्मी चॉपर भेजती है उसके बाद क्या स्टोरी हो गई सर?
पहले बात तो मैं गिरा नहीं था. एक चीज़ याद रखना चाहिए कि बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजू आपके बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत वो इन दोनों के बीच में होता है. जो आप अगर दिमाग में आप सोच ले कि हम हार गए तो ख़त्म हो गया. तो आई हैव नॉट फॉलन. आई गॉट पिक्चर्स ऑफ मी स्टैंडिंग विद दोस 4 बुलेट्स स्माइलिंग. So you
didn't fall, sir?
I didn't fall. I never fell. It's in your mind. It's in your mind that you give up. कई बार तो लोग shocks him. They die because of fear, shock, and everything. I think the most important thing is to believe that you have a mission at hand, and that mission keeps you going. I always knew that my mission. I couldn't just collapse. My CEO told me that I have to Now that I've reached there, I can't just abandon the mission. So you fight through the end. So the blood loss and all, these are all things that you can control, your mind can control. You have heard of, Hanumantappa who survived for 10 days in
Yes, sir.
How did he survive? It is that willpower. It is that, and even when I got shot, I wasn't crying or in pain. I'm smiling with them because, you read in Mahabharata that when, Arjuna's arrows pierced Bhishma, he smiled back at him. You always grew up with those kind of heroism. When you look at somebody who are proud of being a warrior, there is a cultural thing. So I had to give a mission accomplished report to my commanding officer. So I decided, though the encounter went on for some time, third time chala, then when the helicopter had not taken off because we not secured the area. Helicopter can't land until the mission is accomplished,
Yes,
till
sir.
you neutralize them, because you never know koi goli bari chal jaye fir. So that's why. So this towards the end, when I was beginning to get a bit giddy and weak, I told them we had a rocket launcher. So I said I'm going to use the rocket launcher, and I had that very light fire which I used to burn a haystack.
Sure.
So that fire and then the threat of that, everything added to the confusion. So those people surrendered, and those two young children came out first who were wounded. And when I saw those children, one thing
उनको
that
क्रॉसफायर में गोली लगी थी बच्चों को सर?
बच्चों को क्रॉस फायर हमारे तरफ से ही लगा होगा, बिकॉज हमारे ही गोली अंदर गए थे कमरे के अंदर, तो it is, but obvious that they won't have fired at them. We fired into their house. So
You did not know कि अंदर बच्चे हैं?
yeah, अंदर
जाहिर सी बात है.
yeah, so it was not. So I don't know whether there's any way I could make. We were in an insurgency operation. We were never amongst enemies. We were amongst our own people. And our competition was not with the children at all. They teach us this that it is fight between equals. So the men bearing arms, and it is like a boxing bout. Red versus blue. It has nothing to do with the. So the fight was with him. So there was this children who were wounded, and I could only imagine themselves as my own. Like back home in my own hometown, if there was a fight, would I have liked to hear that my niece or nephew was killed or whatever in a crossfire? I couldn't have. I don't think. And that is something that is there in our, we respect every form of life as equal. When you read about Yudhishthira reaching the gates of heaven and him being told that now you can enter, leave your dog behind, the one who accompanied him after his brothers had died. But what does he say? He says, if we can't come, then you respect every type of human life.
I refuse to enter heaven.
Yeah. I refuse. So it's something that is, you grow up with that kind of a thing where you respect all forms of life. These are human beings. These are our children. Very cute, beautiful children.
Sure.
For me, I immediately thought that if anyone deserved to live, it was those children.
तो आपने फिर क्या बोला सर उस पायलट को?
पायलट को नहीं, मेरे सीओ को बोला था मैंने कि I said that. So my CEO said, don't play Mother Teresa. And he said, then he asked the pilot, can you evacuate him?
Yeah.
Then he says, yeah, but he says, then if it's his dying wish, fulfill it. And my CEO was a great man, Brigadier Nautiyal. Anyone else would have refused to fulfill that thing. He would have said that civilians are not allowed. He requested that these children be evacuated. He asked the pilot. The pilot was his coastmate. And he says, just do this. And he did it. In the army, it happens. Coastmates carry a lot of weight. Coastmates are a government unto themselves. They can change.
Yes, sir.
They can change the
तो
laws.
सर एक बात बताइए, मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि उस वक्त जब आपको गोली लगी थी एंड यू वर गिडी विद ब्लड लॉस, जाहिर सी बात है सर, 4 गोलियां लगी तो इट्स अ बिग थिंग सर, इट्स नॉट अ स्मॉल थिंग. मेरा कहना है कि सीओ को ये लगा कि आपकी अंतिम इच्छा है, आपके सीओ को ये लगा कि आपकी लास्ट डाइंग विश है ये, तो बोला कि उस जमाने में जो कैप्टन पिल्ले थे, यूर अ कैप्टन देन, कि कैप्टन पिल्ले की डाइंग विश है, सो ही टोल्ड द चॉपर पायलट हु वाज हिज कोस्टमेट सर, जो सीओ के कोस्टमेट थे. जबरदस्त. ये सिर्फ फौज में हो सकता है सर. दिस कैन ओनली हैपन इन द इंडियन आर्मी, एंड ऑफ कोर्स कोस्टमेट्स के लिए तो सर यू चेंज एवरीथिंग.
But my CEO told me, hang on, Pillai, we'll do it, and you hold on. Can you hold on? He asked me.
Yes.
I said, definitely, sir, I'll hold on. If this is your order, I'll hang on. Don't worry, I won't cop it. So, nice. Brigadier Nautiyal was an outstanding commanding officer.
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you one thing more greater than this. What I ever feel, this thing is that, my battalion is one of the bloodiest battalions. In 71 war, we got 3 MBCs in the Battle of Hilli. It was, we captured, it's a one-on-one, like a battalion against a battalion. It did exceedingly well. So, because the Northeast was the back of beyond for us, that time in 90s, Kashmir was the foreground, no? Kashmir, that 1992, that kidnapping happened, then the foreign terrorism. Everyone was focuses on Kashmir. So Nagaland, Manipur, that insurgency has been going on from 1958 onwards. So it is back of the beyond. But my commanding officer, before vacating command, he wrote a letter, which is something which is, I think that is where the character of a person comes out. He wrote a letter to the army commander and to the, everyone up the chain, that while every officer and men in my battalion is expected to be brave, bravery is our way of life. But what the officer did beyond the encounter is something which is really, I wanted to take, bring to the thing. He's not even been found worthy of an award or commendation card. So before I vacate command, I want to explain to my men the standards of gallantry in our army so that we may aspire to be recognized by our army, which is something which nobody does that.
Yes, sir.
Anyone will say, okay, sorry, Pillai, I tried my best. But somebody who puts, it's questioning the system.
Old-time soldier, sir.
Old-time soldier.
Old-time soldier.
If you read his letter to my father, which he wrote, which is something that is, where he told that what he did, he owes it to the values. Any father would feel proud to read that letter, which he wrote. When you see movies like Saving Private Ryan and all that, and we all feel bad, we have got such soldiers in our country also. Sure. Such commanding officers who take decisions, who stand by. And he didn't owe it to me. I was from 4 Guards. Sure. I come from 4 Guards on a cross attachment. Sure. I wanted to serve. My father served in this is also something very interesting. Sure. In 1958, when the Armed Forces Special Powers Act was first invoked, my father served exactly in the same village where this encounter took place.
And what is the name of the village, sir?
Longdi Pabram.
Longdi Pabram, sir?
I have. In fact, I went to that 2nd Guards, which is there in 1958. We went to Hisar now. We went to the battalion records and I found that Major 2nd Lieutenant A.V.D. Pillai, along with Major Sumanna and others, were cordoned off that area and that village and all. It's something I can show you. I took snapshots of that record of service, that digest of service.
जी. अच्छा sir, I just wanted to ask you. So chopper उड़ता है sir, बच्चों को ले जाता है. Then chopper comes back for you, sir.
Yeah.
Then it takes you. And मैंने जो कहानी सुनी है sir, if I remember correctly, मेरी पहले भी आपसे इस मामले में बात हुई थी. I think the village did not know that you were alive.
Yeah,
उनको ये नहीं पता था कि जिस कैप्टन पिल्ले ने इतना बड़ा काम करा है और ये सब जो करा है कैप्टन पिल्ले ने, वो जिंदा हैं, जिंदा नहीं हैं, उनको नहीं पता था. कई सालों के बाद, आफ्टर मेनी मेनी इयर्स, एक पेट्रोल गया उसी गांव में सर, आर्मी का. वो वाली स्टोरी बताइए सर, क्या हो गया?
तो there was this Brigadier N.J. George who had become the commander in 44 Brigade there.
Sure.
And he sent a patrol saying that, just check out Longdi Pabram village, how it is and what it is. So he went there and then they found they had made a small memorial. So then he said, call the village headman.
They made a memorial for you, sir?
Yeah.
Because they thought that you had gone, sir?
Yeah, he said that he died so that this village may. Which is something, I think even for me personally, I owe a lot of gratitude to the villagers also.
Sure.
Many good deeds, many people get and forget.
Yes, sir.
But this village has nourished and cherished that value of that act that was done.
Sure.
Which is something which you have to really admire about those people.
Yes, sir.
It is something that just shows that how we are all alike in the same way.
Yes, sir.
They remembered that good deed, they nourished it and cherished it, and they, and they remembered me for whatever, that with a lot of love and affection. And
the brigade commander would have been shocked, sir?
No, he said, come, I'll make
memorial कहाँ से? He's alive and kicking?
He said, आजाओ उनके भूत से बात कराते हैं. So then anyway,
Captain Pillai के भूत से बात कराते हैं.
Then the village headman was very, very excited to hear. He said, you have to come back.
Sure.
We all remember that, what you did for us. And I went back there. It was like a homecoming for me.
Sure.
Personally, like going and meeting उधर सबसे मिलना, उन बच्चों से मिलना. That boy who was wounded had grown up to be a young boy. There was no way he would have survived because walking down is impossible to walk down.
So one village, sir, in
6
one
hours.
corner of northeast, sir, 6 घंटे. लड़का लड़की दोनों बचना नामुमकिन ही था सर. Had it not been for the chopper.
Yeah.
फिर आप दोनों से मिले सर?
सबसे मिला वहाँ पे, पूरे गांव था. There was Chonka was there from Brigade of Guards only. He was commanding Assam Rifles there. Brigadier, Colonel Chonka, now Brigadier. So I remember what he said sums up the feeling of every good soldier.
Sure.
Every soldier would like to be remembered as a savior, not a killer.
सर ये कहानी हो जाती है, मीडिया में आ जाता है कि कर्नल पिल्ले गांव में गए, आर्टिकल दुनिया भर के छप जाते हैं सर. एंटर मिस्टर नितिन गडकरी, ये नितिन गडकरी जी की क्या स्टोरी है सर?
No, there was this road which we wanted. The village even today, many years later, is also the same. You know, the roads are very bad. Manipur roads are very bad.
Sure.
You know, firstly insurgency, secondly, you know, the kind of thing. So the villagers wanted a road. So the GOC made one bulldozer. So, but that happened. Then we got a small little highway, small state highway. Means a BRO was supposed to make from Tamenglong to Longdi-Pabram. And the road was, but it got stuck in that environmental clearance because there's a small reserve forest and everything. So I had sought an appointment with the minister, honorable minister, and so he was told that you can't make a road between in the state. So the simple thing, he found a solution. Mr. Vaibhav Dange was the, you know, who's that time he was the PS and.
PS to Mr. Gadkari, sir.
Gadkari. So he says, sir, the best way would be to just add 10 kilometers and into Nagaland and make it into a national highway. So when two states are connected. So there's this Tamenglong to Perin. Perin is in Nagaland.
Nagaland, sir.
It's like 10 kilometers into that area. So the order was issued for a road via Longdi-Pabram.
1994 से ये अभी सर 2023 हो गया, 2023, और लड़ाई अभी तक जारी है सर.
लड़ाई नहीं.
The struggle, not लड़ाई as in लड़ाई सर, struggle in the sense कि for justice, for goodness, अच्छाई की जीत, जो 1984 में 1994 में माफ कीजिएगा जो आपने करा था, वो भी तो अच्छाई की जीत थी सर. That was not a kinetic action सर. हम क्लासिकली काइनेटिक, और ठीक है उसमें फायरिंग हुई और आपने मिनी फ्लेयर मारा, उसमें बोला रॉकेट मारना, ये सब वो ठीक है सर, बट इन द एंड इट विल बी रिमेंबर्ड नॉट एज अ काइनेटिक एक्शन सर, इट विल बी रिमेंबर्ड एज, जिसको कहता है ना, हाईएस्ट इथोस एंड वैल्यूज ऑफ द इंडियन आर्मी. जो हम सोचते हैं कि भारतीय सेना, मैं अक्सर ये कहता हूं सर, इट्स अ मॉरल आर्मी. द इंडियन आर्मी इज अ मॉरल आर्मी सर. हमारी ताकत हमारी मॉरलिटी में, हमारी ताकत इट्स नॉट इन द बोफोर्स एंड द राफेल्स एंड द विक्रांत सर. इट इज इन द हार्ट ऑफ एवरी सोल्जर, एवरी सेलर, एवरी सीमैन सर. वो ताकत तो वहीं से आती है ना हमारी. तो वो अभी तक जारी है. वो रोड जो है वो गांव तक पहुंचानी है. वो सर हम सारे व्यूअर्स हैं सर, वी प्रे कि गांव वालों को फाइनली रोड मिल जाए सर, और ये जद्दोजहद जारी है सर. मैं आपसे एक और सवाल पूछूंगा सर, ये कि ये मुझे इसका आंसर पता है क्योंकि मैं आपसे 10 बार बात कर चुका हूं सर, बट फॉर व्यूअर्स सर, आई वांट टू नो, ये जज्बा आया कहां से सर? कुछ लोगों ने यह भी बताया है कि आप जब आप फेंट होने वाले थे, जब आप बेहोश होने वाले थे, बिकॉज ऑफ ब्लड लॉस, 4 गोलियां लगी सर, ट्रेमेंडस ब्लड लॉस, ग्रेनेड फटा है. कहीं ना कहीं सर यू टोल्ड योर ट्रूप्स दैट यार कोई गांव वालों पर कोई गलत काम मत करना, बिकॉज दिस विलेज इज अंडर माई प्रोटेक्शन. ऐसी बात हुई थी सर?
A leader's thing is to tell them what are the moral limitations, you know. And one thing that we all take an oath to in our country is to the Constitution of India on our passing out parade.
Yes, sir.
What does the Constitution of our country guarantee? It sees the equality of everyone. You know, we're all equal. There's no faith which is superior. There's no color that is superior. There's no language that is superior. I think that what is taught to us, and it is not because of this Constitution. It comes from 5,000 years ago. You know, its Constitution is just
it embodies in the Constitution.
Embodies, yeah. Whatever it's there, it is. But the fact is that you see the moral equivalence of everyone. Our stories, our mythologies, our legends, our Puranas, everything is full of such stories. If we had done that in 1971, we sent back 93,000 prisoners. You think if 93,000 prisoners were with Pakistan, they would have allowed us to
Not
come
at all,
back?
sir. Not at all. Not at all.
Did we do it, or did we do the right thing? What is as per the conventions? We evacuated all of them back to Pakistan.
And not just conventions. कन्वेंशन तो एक चीज है सर, वो तो अलग बात है. अकॉर्डिंग टू आवर कल्चर, जो हमारे संस्कार हैं, हमारे संस्कार के हिसाब से ठीक था तो कर दिया.
उनका अभी तक 53 people are in their custody, never came back.
Sir.
You know, the missing Indians have not come back to us, even though there have been organizations and people like the ICRC also reported that there were Indians in the prison. You know, they haven't come back. So they've lived as per their ethos, where they justify violence. And what is 71 war about? If you look at it, like, why is India India? And in 71 we got 2 countries created, Pakistan, on the basis of religion. Now, was Bangladesh less Muslim than the Pakistanis at that
No.
place? But what did they do? They recognized the superiority of the Punjabi Musliman, the Urdu speaking guys, and the culture was superior. That's why they treated them shabbily. And मुझे बड़ा ये अजीब लगता है कि पाकिस्तान had never had Kashmir in their hands. अगर उनको बोलना चाहिए कि हमें वापस लेना तो बांग्लादेश वापस लेना चाहिए ना. कश्मीर तो कभी इनका हिस्सा ही नहीं था.
Sir.
But the fact is they obsess over something which is never theirs.
Sir.
But something that was theirs and they lost, they never, they never covered that.
Sir.
They never valued. So it's interesting that our country, wherever we are today, our strength is that we've always respected all cultures. That's why you find India has never, the battle may have started in 50s. We were a poor country. Today, there's a recognition that we want to be part of the Indian mainstream. There's a lot of respect for India, not only here. I was in Iraq, Syria and Yemen as a military advisor. The amount of respects that Indians generate, the kind of respect, just being, they all know the kind of
people we are, sir.
By people we are, the kind of progress we made.
Sir.
From a country that fought slavery and we came out of colonialism. Today, we are in the top 5 economies of the world. Today our neutrality is recognized, non-alignment that we had practiced, where we don't take side.
Sir.
That is something that is celebrated.
Absolutely. Sir, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद. Such a wonderful talk, sir. दोस्तों, कर्नल डीपी के पिल्ले शौर्य चक्र के साथ हमने बातचीत करी और कई चीज़ें सीखने को मिली ना. मैं अक्सर ये कहता हूँ, मैं काफ़ी सालों से ये बात कह रहा हूँ और आई डोंट थिंक देयर इज एनी बेटर एग्जाम्पल देन कर्नल डीपी के पिल्ले टू माई माइंड व्हेन आई से दैट द इंडियन आर्मी इज नॉट जस्ट अ पावरफुल आर्मी, इट इज ऑल्सो अ मॉरल आर्मी. वी आर नॉट स्ट्रांग बिकॉज वी हैव वेपन्स, वी आर स्ट्रांग बिकॉज वी आर राइट. जो मोरालिटी है ना, जो नैतिकता है भारतीय सेना की, वो भारतीय सेना की असली ताकत है. द गौरव आर्या शो देखने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. अगले हफ्ते एक और एपिसोड लेकर आऊंगा, एक और हीरो के साथ. आपको बड़ा मजा आएगा. वेट करिएगा हमारे नए एपिसोड का. और आपकी तरफ से और हम सब की तरफ से स्टूडियो में कर्नल डीपी के पिल्ले को एक बहुत बड़ा जय हिंद.
जय हिंद. थैंक यू.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर, आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर, आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is
Viewers, the entire ecosystem and the entire cabal came together to somehow bury the SSR case and the Disha Salyan investigation because they either had clarity or they had a clear inkling that the real rot will come out if the 2 cases are really investigated. Now, viewers, of the many cases I have covered and led over the years in my career, the most nervous and desperate reaction was in these two cases, the Disha Salian case and the SSR case. They went after Republic, filed the false TRP cases on us, which turned out to be bogus. They got me and my colleagues interrogated, then arrested, then put in jail. Then for about 1 year, that ecosystem went after us like mad, like they'd gone completely crazy, in fact out of control with fear. And I always said the truth will break the door open. You're watching me tonight because you know that whether over the years you've agreed or disagreed with me on issues of the debate, you also know that the only channel that follows up, investigates, never gives up is Republic. And viewers, I have faith in that unswerving belief that the truth has to come out in this case. Tonight to roar again and trend #NationForSSR and tell the ecosystem that they must start trembling again in the knowledge that the pure pursuit of the truth can be stopped neither by people like Vaze and Palambir nor political masters. Let's debate.
Viewers, a very good morning and a very happy new year. I'm Shivangi Shukla. You're watching Republic TV, India's #1 news channel. And these are the top headlines.
नए भारत के नए पिता क्या किए हैं भारत के लिए?
Father of New India remark irks Bihar CM. Nitish asks, what is Prime Minister Modi done? Big twist in Rishabh Pant accident case while cops claim Pant dozed off. DDCA claims Pant was trying to dodge a pothole. The run-up to the 2023 elections, Amit Shah sounds poll bugle and Karnataka calls out Congress. JDS pushes for double-engine government. In a big move, a day ahead of the deadline, Assam government merges 4 districts into the existing ones. India's first case of Omicron's XBB.1.5 variant identified in Gujarat. Medical authorities are on alert. Viewers, let's go to the top story that we're tracking here at Republic TV. Getting an update now. 2 people lost their lives while 13 people have been evacuated safely out of the place where there has been this fire. Now we know that one person is in critical condition and has been admitted to the Max Hospital. Among those rescued are senior citizens and their attendants. So this is a fire which took place in Delhi. The visuals on the screen as well, where there was a fire. 2 people have lost their lives, unfortunately. 13 people have been rescued so far, and the visuals on the screen as well, where you can see that flames coming out of that senior citizen care home. This took place in Greater Kailash area of Delhi. The fire was reported in the Greater Kailash area of Delhi, and these are the latest visuals coming in as well. The fire is right now under control, viewers. It's under control. The fire started in the early in the morning, and 2 people have lost their lives. Some eyewitnesses we have spoken to them, and they have said that this is what they saw when the incident occurred.
जैसे उठ करके देखा तो सामने आग लगी हुई थी 2nd और 3rd फ्लोर पे अनंतरा में। मैंने कहा यहाँ तो ओल्ड एज सेंटर है, यहाँ पर पेशेंट्स आते हैं, सारे के सारे रहते हैं यहाँ पर। तब जाकर के देखा तो लोकल पुलिस ने काफ़ी हेल्प की विद द हेल्प ऑफ स्विगी बॉयज़। उन्होंने सारे पेशेंट्स को खुद बाहर निकाला। एक सरदारजी थे इंस्पेक्टर साहब, वो खुद उठा करके ला रहे थे पेशेंट्स को। बाकी हॉस्पिटल के लोग थे, उन्होंने कोई प्रॉपर जैसे सिस्टम नहीं था यहाँ पर।
All right, viewers, let's go to Lomas, our correspondent who's on ground tracking the story very closely for us. Lomas, just take us through what is the latest update that we have so far, and do we know yet that what really caused that fire in the first place?
बिल्कुल, मैं आपको बता दूं कि आग पूरी तरीके से पहले ही बुता ली गई और साफ तौर पे
जो फायर ब्रिगेड के कर्मी हैं, जो दिल्ली पुलिस के कर्मी हैं, उन्होंने सूझबूझ से वहाँ पर वो पहुँचे और पहुँचने के बाद जितने भी लोग अंदर उस केयर सेंटर में मौजूद थे उनको बाहर निकाला। हालांकि इस पूरे आगजनी में 2 लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है। बताया जा रहा है कि सांस लेने में उनको दिक्कत हुई और इसी कारण से उनका दम घुटने के बाद मौत हो गया। हालांकि जो 13 लोग थे उनको सुरक्षित निकाल लिया गया और उन्हें स्थानीय जो दूसरे अस्पताल हैं उसमें भर्ती करवाया गया है। और बताया ये भी जा रहा है कि अभी भी जो आग लगने का कारण है वो पुलिस को मालूम नहीं चल पाया है, जिसको लेकर के लगातार जांच चल रही है और जांच इस मुद्दे पे भी चल रही है, क्या इस केयर सेंटर में जो फायर सेफ्टी के नॉर्म्स है उसको फॉलो किए गए थे, क्या इस जो भी केयर सेंटर है उसमें फायर सेफ्टी का ध्यान रखा गया था। हालांकि कई मुद्दों को लेकर के दिल्ली पुलिस जांच कर रही है क्योंकि 2 लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है इस आगजनी में। जी
Right, Lomas, and take us through the evacuation process as well. How many fire tenders were at the spot? 13 people have been evacuated safely. Do we know who these 13 people are? Are they staff members or are they senior citizens among them?
बिल्कुल, मैं आपको बता दूं कि जब आग लगी थी और उसके बाद जैसे ही फायर ब्रिगेड को इस आग की सूचना लगी तो फायर ब्रिगेड मौके पे पहुंचने के बाद इस पूरे आग पे काबू उन्होंने पाया। बताया जा रहा है कि मौके पे 5 से 6 फायर टेंडर पहुंचे थे और साफ तौर पर जो भी इस केयर होम में जो भी लोग थे उनको सुरक्षित बाहर निकाला गया। हालांकि इस पूरे आगजनी में 2 लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है और बताया जा रहा है कि 13 लोगों को सुरक्षित निकाला गया। ये 13 लोग उसमें जो पेशेंट एडमिट थे वो भी थे और साथ ही जो वहाँ पे केयर टेकर थे वो भी कुल मिला के 13 लोग थे। अभी पूरी तरीके से तस्वीर साफ नहीं हो पा रही है कि कौन लोग थे, क्योंकि लगातार जिस तरीके से ये पूरी घटना हुई है उसके बाद लगातार वहां पर उन लोगों को बचाने के लिए लगातार अभियान चलाया गया। हालांकि जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन था वो पूरी तरीके से समाप्त हो चुका है और जो भी 13 लोग बचे थे उसमें उनको दूसरे अस्पताल में शिफ्ट करवाया गया है। देखा जा रहा है कि उनकी हालत में कोई खासा नुकसान तो नहीं हुआ है। लगातार उनके हेल्थ को लेकर के मॉनिटरिंग की जा रही है। हालांकि इस पूरे आगजनी में 2 लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है। और बिल्कुल, बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Right. Well, thank you, Lomas, for getting us all the details. So, Lomas getting us top details now. There has been a fire which was reported early in the morning today. It was a senior citizen home where 2 people have unfortunately lost their lives. Viewers, 13 people have been evacuated, and the fire is right now under control. The people that were evacuated, they have been admitted to Max Hospital for treatment. Well, we're getting some more breaking updates coming in right now this Sunday morning. Let's go ahead and tell our viewers the biggest updates coming in at this point of time. Now, we know that some breaking news is coming in from Haryana's Vadnagar area. Caught on camera ground of 4 miscreants you can see are trying to kidnap a woman. 1 accused has been caught and a probe is underway. So this is coming in from Haryana, viewers, where there was an attempt to kidnap a woman and 4 people attempted to kidnap a woman. It's a shocking case of abduction which is emerging right now. And this is coming in from Haryana's Vadnagar area. Now, we have caught on camera, this has been caught on camera as well, how 4 miscreants tried to kidnap a woman. 1 accused has been caught and a probe is underway, viewers. So you can see right now that one accused has been caught, and you can see how the police personnel are right now at the spot and they're trying to investigate and probe what happened. Let's go ahead and see what the police have to say.
सुबह एक लेडीज जिम जाके मतलब जब नीचे उतरी है, डेली जिम जाती थी, जब जिम से वापस घर जा रही थी तो अपनी गाड़ी में जैसे ही बैठी तो 4 लड़कों ने उसको किडनैप करने की कोशिश की है और उसके आगे उनकी क्या क्या मंशा थी ये तो आगे तफ्तीश में हम बताएंगे, आगे क्लियर करके।
All right, viewers, so right now a shocking case of abduction coming in, and the video is out for you as well. You can see that video that Republic TV has accessed where 4 people are attempting to kidnap a woman. This is coming in from Haryana's Vadnagar area, and this incident has been caught on tape. caught on tape how 4 miscreants are trying to kidnap a woman. The visuals of that on your screen as well, viewers. You can see how they're trying to get near that vehicle and kidnap a woman. This has been caught on CCTV, viewers. This has been caught on CCTV at this point of time. The shocking case of abduction which is coming out, and you can see that how these people, there are 4 people in total, 4 miscreants who are trying to enter that car, that vehicle there, and they're trying to abduct a woman. Now, 1 person has been caught in this case. The probe is underway at this point of time, viewers. Of course, we'll get you more details as we learn of them. But thankfully, they could not succeed, and their attempt to kidnap a woman failed.
As India welcomed New Year 2023, celebrations erupted across the country. But in Bengaluru, the situation remained tense. In a video making rounds on social media, watch how Bengaluru police lathi charged to disperse the huge crowd after it went out of control. The incident was reported on MG Road after police had to intervene to disperse massive crowds that had gathered to celebrate the New Year. Thousands were gathered and swelling crowds eventually blocked the traffic and the area became chaotic, which was then followed by lathi charge, a bid by police to control the crowds. Bureau report for Republic TV.
Alright, viewers, let's get some breaking updates coming in right now. We know that Bihar CM now has taken a dig at the BJP's new father of the nation remark for Prime Minister Modi and asked, what has he done for New India? We also know that Amrita Vadnagar, wife of Maharashtra Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis, had called the Prime Minister the father of the nation of New India on December 21st. So the Nitish Kumar going ahead and asking what has the Prime Minister done for New India, taking a dig at the BJP. The BJP's new father of the nation remarked for the Prime Minister Modi and asked what has he done for New India. And we can also see how he is going ahead and making that statement. So let's play that statement out for our viewers.
आजादी की लड़ाई हुई और क्या मतलब है, जिनको आजादी की लड़ाई से लेना देना नहीं था, जिनके संगठन का आरएसएस का कोई योगदान रहा और उससे रिलेटेड लोग ये सब काम करें, कोई मतलब है क्या? आज जिन लोगों ने आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी, तो हम लोग तो सब भाई इसी सब से बचपन से, हमारे पिता आजादी की लड़ाई में थे और उसी समय बचपन में जो जन्म तो हम लोगों का हुआ आजादी के बाद, लेकिन एक एक बात बताए थे, एक एक चीज को जाने, बाद में एक एक चीज को देख लिया, हर तरह से जाना। तो कभी जो बापू का योगदान है उसको हम लोग कभी भूल सकते हैं? आप जान लीजिए, कुछ लोगों के को देख रहे थे ना मीटिंग में, राष्ट्रपिता, तो ये वो कौन बोली? सुने ना थे अखबार में जो छपा कि अब राष्ट्रपिता छोड़ दीजिए, नए पिता कोई राष्ट्र के हो जाए। अब जरा सोच लीजिए, नए भारत के नए पिता क्या किए हैं भारत के लिए? कुछ काम किए हैं? कहां भारत आगे बढ़ा है? कौन सा काम हुआ सिवाय इसके कि नई टेक्नोलॉजी आ गई और उस नई टेक्नोलॉजी का पूरा जबरदस्ती रूप से उपयोग कर जो रहे हैं। और पहले तो मीडिया का व्यवहार दूसरा था, पक्ष विपक्ष जो भी हो अपना राय बहुत अच्छे ढंग से मीडिया के सारे लोग लिखते थे। आज को तो उनको वही लिखना पड़ता है जो कहा जाता है, वही लिख।
Alright, viewers, so we heard that statement by Nitish Kumar where he's going ahead taking a dig at the BJP's new father of the nation remark for PM Modi, asking what has he done for New India. And remember that Amrita Fadnavis, wife of Maharashtra Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis, had called the Prime Minister the father of the nation of New India on December 21st. So right now, you can see Nitish Kumar going ahead and categorically saying that what has the Prime Minister done for New India. So this is a statement coming in where it's a veiled attack that Nitish Kumar is making. Remember that it's a veiled attack where the Prime Minister has said, Nitish Kumar saying that talks are all around about the new father of modern India. And this is a Nitish versus BJP fight coming out at the forefront, where speaking at the event in Patna, Nitish Kumar is going out questioning the role of the BJP and also questioning the role of the Prime Minister as well, and what has he done for the nation. So this is the comment coming in at this point of time. All right, viewers. So now this happened at an event in Patna where Nitish Kumar had earlier also questioned the role of the RSS in the freedom movement of India. And without taking the name of the Prime Minister, Modi, he said that there are a lot of talks around about the new father of the modern India. So basically, without taking the name of the Prime Minister, without taking his name directly, he is questioning that what has the Prime Minister done for New India. So this is a very, very controversial comment coming out from Nitish Kumar, where he's made these scathing statements, because the remark, the father of the New India remark, seems to be irking the Nitish Kumar. Now, I just want to go across to Prakash, our editor, special projects, so he can help us understand why did Nitish Kumar make such a statement. Now, we know that there are a lot of rifts coming out already, Prakash. He made a statement a short while back where it was a veil threat, a veil attack, in fact, for Lalu Yadav. There was a veil attack with Tejasvi Yadav present at the event, saying that Bihar was a jungle Raj before. And now we are seeing that he's making one more attack and a dig, this time at the Prime Minister without taking his name specifically.
Well, as far as Nitish Kumar's attack is concerned, his animosity with Prime Minister Narendra Modi is well known now, because he feels that it was the BJP which was responsible for the decimation of JDU in the Bihar Vidhan Sabha elections in 2020. And ever since then, the rift started between the two alliance partners, the JDU and the BJP, and they parted ways in August 2022. And after that, Nitish Kumar made a comment that the person who became Prime Minister in 2014 and 19 won't be repeated, and he went to Delhi and tried to galvanize the opposition forces. Now, we have to look at it politically, because yesterday Kamal Nath made a statement that Rahul Gandhi would be the face of the opposition. Now, in order to put himself into the fray for the opposition candidate for the Prime Minister, Nitish Kumar has made an attack to keep himself important and in the race for the run-up to the prime ministerial phase. And without attacking Narendra Modi, you cannot be an important figure. So that is what. And he seems to be lagging behind Rahul Gandhi, who is pipped him as the important face for the opposition candidate, and the Congress being a national party and the bigger party, of course, that Rahul Gandhi would be the natural choice, and the other opposition forces would also rally behind him. But Nitish Kumar, in a desperate attempt, trying to make himself more important and more relevant politically at the national center stage into the run-up to the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. So I think that this statement of Nitish Kumar holds ground politically as far as his candidature for the Prime Ministership candidate is concerned.
Right, Prakash, editor, special projects, for helping us understand what happened. I'm also being joined right now by Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the BJP. A very good morning to you. Please help us understand what does Nitish Kumar really mean? And if he had to make a remark against the Prime Minister, why is he not even taking his name directly?
Kumar quit from NDA. It was very clear that now he is aiming to be projected as a PM face from the opposition parties, though that never went as he was presuming to be. And now by saying कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नए भारत के लिए क्या किया, तो हमें सबको उनको याद कराना चाहिए। ये वही नया भारत है जिसने पूरे देश और दुनिया के अंदर कोविड की वैक्सीन पहुंचाने का काम किया, और पूरी दुनिया ने भारत के प्रधानमंत्री का धन्यवाद किया। ये वो नया भारत है जो आज रशिया और यूक्रेन के बीच में अगर युद्ध संधि की को बात करा रहा है और वो मान रहे हैं कि अगर हमारे युद्ध को रोकने की में कोई सफलता प्राप्त कर रहा है, वो देश के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के ऊपर निर्भर है कि वही नया भारत है जिनको अमेरिका जैसे सबसे ताकतवर राष्ट्रपति सलाम करते हैं। ये वही नया भारत इस प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हमें दिया है। और दूसरी तरफ नीतीश कुमार जी को ये बात बोलने से पहले याद रखना चाहिए, जिस स्टेट को बिलोंग करते हैं, आज वहाँ की लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की हालत ये है कि लोग शराब से मर रहे हैं, वहां भी यहाँ पे शराब बंदी हुई है। और माफिया का ऐसा राज है कि उनको डीजीपी रातों रात बदलना पड़ता है। तो उनकी इच्छा है, कामना है प्रधानमंत्री के पद के लिए उनको माना जाए, ऑपोजिशन माने तो ठीक है, अच्छी बात है, करे, लेकिन भारत को वो चुनौती ना दे और भारत के लोगों को वो चुनौती ना दे, ये मैं उनको जरूर कहना चाहता हूँ।
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the BJP on the story we're tracking right now, where Nitish Kumar is making a veiled attack on the BJP and also on the Prime Minister without taking his name and saying that very categorically that what has the Prime Minister done for New India. And this he has said without taking the name of the Prime Minister. On that note, let's take a look at what else is happening from across India. Prime Minister Modi wishes everyone a happy new year. Taking to social media, Prime Minister said, and I quote here, "Have a great 2023. May it be filled with hope, happiness and lots of success. May everyone be blessed with wonderful health." India announced that RT-PCR testing has been made mandatory for international passengers travelling from China, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, Singapore and Thailand. Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia informed that passengers will have to upload their reports on the Air Suvidha portal before travel. The counsel for actor Shazan Khan, who is accused in the actor Tanisha Sharma's death case, said that he will file the first bail application on Monday. This comes after the Versailles court sent accused Shazan Khan to 14-day judicial custody.
नहीं, उन्होंने कहा कि इनके आईडी का पासवर्ड नहीं था, जो कि पुलिस ऑलरेडी जो है रिट्रीट कर सकती है, रिकवर कर सकती है, इसलिए आप जैसी हो गया, बस इतना आप न्यूज चलाइए, बाकी हम आपको बाद में बताएंगे।
Launching a scathing attack, JDS leader H.D. Kumaraswamy called BJP a party full of hypocrisies and lies, and further added that Home Minister Amit Shah, a political chameleon and reincarnation of the Nazi propagandist Joseph. Attending an event in Patna, Bihar, CM indirectly attacked Lalu's Jungle Raj, saying that women were not respected or safe earlier, but now the situation has changed in the state.
हम लोग तो सबको चाहते हैं कि लोग मिलकर चले, और आप जानते हैं ना कि लड़की सब कितना कम पढ़ती थी। हम इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में थे, एक लड़की नहीं पढ़ती थी। कितना खराब लगता था कि एक लड़की भी नहीं पढ़ती। कॉलेज में अगर कोई महिला आती थी तो सब खड़ा होकर महिला को देखने लगता। अब क्या है, अब कितना ज्यादा महिलाएं पढ़ रही है सब जगह।
Nitish Kumar took a dig at the BJP's new father of the nation remark for the Prime Minister Modi and asked what has he done for New India. This comes after Amrita Fadnavis, the wife of Maharashtra Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis, called the Prime Minister the father of the nation of New India.
पिता तो ये वो कौन बोली, सुने न थे अखबार में जो छपा कि अब राष्ट्रपिता छोड़ दीजिए, नए पिता कोई राष्ट्र के हो जाए। अब जरा सोच लीजिए, नए भारत के नए पिता क्या किए हैं भारत के लिए, कुछ काम किए हैं, कहां भारत आगे बढ़ा है।
In Bengaluru, cops were seen resorting to use of force to manage crowds in a video that has now gone viral. Earlier this week, the authorities had said that restaurants, pubs, hotels and resorts would be allowed to host celebrations only till only 1 a.m. at night. A Love Jihad helpline has been launched in Karnataka's Mangaluru to assist the girls who have allegedly been a victim of forceful religious conversions or interfaith marriages. In fact, the VHP has launched this helpline in association with several other Hindu organizations to provide legal and medical assistance to these girls and the family members. Assam cabinet decided to merge 4 districts with existing ones and redraw boundaries in 14 places a day ahead of the Election Commission's deadline on starting the delimitation exercise for the assembly and parliamentary seats. Security has been beefed up at the RSS headquarters at Nagpur in Maharashtra after an unidentified caller threatened to blow it up with a bomb. A bomb detection and disposal squad and a dog squad was summoned and conducted a thorough check of the premises, but nothing suspicious was found. Viewers, what's coming up on the other side? Big twist in Rishabh Pant accident case while cops claim Pant dozed off. DDCA claims Pant was trying to dodge a pothole. In the run-up to 2023, Amit Shah sounds the poll bugle in Karnataka, calls out the Congress JDS, pushes for a double-engine government now. Stay tuned, we are live and breaking.
Have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
नए भारत के नए पिता क्या किए हैं भारत के लिए?
Father of New India remark irks Bihar CM Nitish's what has the Prime Minister Modi done? Big twist in Rishabh Pant accident case while cops claim Pant dozed off. DDCA claims Pant was trying to dodge a pothole. In the run-up to 2023, Amit Shah sounds poll bugle in Karnataka, calls out the Congress JDS, pushes for double-engine government. In a big move a day ahead of the deadline, Assam government merges 4 districts into the existing ones. India's first case of Omicron's XBB.1.5 variant identified in Gujarat. Medical authorities are on alert. Viewers, we are live and breaking this Sunday. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's get to the top story we're tracking right now. Haryana Sports Minister booked for sexual harassing a junior female coach. Another case has been registered against Sandeep Singh by Chandigarh police. So viewers, this is a story we're tracking right now where there has been a harassment case against the Haryana Sports Minister. And what we know so far is that in this breaking update, the case has been registered against Sandeep Singh by the Chandigarh police. Now, this is coming in after the Haryana Sports Minister was booked for sexually harassing a junior female coach. He was booked for sexually harassing a junior female coach, viewers. And this is a story we're tracking for you right now, where we're learning that the Chandigarh police have registered a sexual harassment and a case against Haryana Sports Minister Sandeep Singh. Now, this has been based on a complaint by a junior athletics coach just a short while back. Let's go to Amandeep, who's joining us live right now. Amandeep, just take us through exactly what we know so far about this case coming in. Now, we know that also that this is a case, is a sexual harassment case. It's also a criminal intimidation case against the Haryana Sports Minister.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. The point is that now the Chandigarh police have registered a case under section 354, 354A, 354B of IPC that is leading to sexual harassment against Minister Sandeep Singh. And this was on the basis of the complaint that was filed by the female junior athletics coach day before yesterday to Chandigarh police. And in fact, she has clearly mentioned that she was harassed by Minister Sandeep Singh at his residence, and even that incident was happened in the month of September. And following that incident, she approached Haryana police as well, but no action has been taken. And finally, after holding a press conference against the minister, she has filed a formal complaint to Chandigarh police. And following that complaint, the case has been registered against Minister Sandeep Singh. So this is a trouble mounting situation for the Haryana government as well as for Minister Sandeep Singh, just because now either the Khattar will sustain Sandeep Singh as a minister in his cabinet, or he will be dropped after these allegations and after this case. This is a big very problematic situation for the Haryana government as well as for Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar, just because the further investigation is still on. Case has been registered and Chandigarh police is further following the procedure after registering an FIR in 26 sector police station, just because this entire incident happened at the official residence of Sandeep Singh, according to the complaint of the victim, and even that residence is located in Chandigarh sector 7, that where Sandeep Singh is having his official residence as a minister, and in fact this happened in the month of September. And Shivangi, this entire story was unfolded when junior female athletics coach held a press conference at the office of INLD, and even Abhay Chautala brought her before the media and she opened all kind of allegations. But later on, Sandeep Singh also held a press conference saying that it was a politically motivated allegations and he has no concern with this. But now finally, Shivangi, the fact is that case has been registered against Minister Sandeep Singh, and further the Chandigarh police is also investigating this case further, and even the trouble mounting situation for Manohar Lal Khattar, that either he will sustain Sandeep Singh as a minister in his cabinet or he will be dropped. Yes, Shivangi.
Right. So right now we're coming to know a couple of details which I'm getting to know by Amandeep. Amandeep, you're saying that he has been booked for sexual harassing a junior female coach. A case has been registered against Sandeep Singh by the Chandigarh police. And we are also being joined right now by Raj Lakshmi Joshi, the author and activist. Thank you for joining us here. This is a very, very shocking story as well, because this Haryana sports minister, also in the past, he has been a professional sports player. So very, very shocking case coming out right now.
Yeah, a very good morning. And, it is shocking to see such a news on the very first day of 2023. And I know it is extremely disappointing. And, as a woman, I feel for the coach, but at the same time, I would also insist that there should be this independent probe, because there are allegations and counter allegations from both the sides, and we should not be jumping the gun, especially when it involves somebody like a minister, because there are a lot of people who actually have been proved to have made fake allegations also. I am not saying that this is a fake allegation, but at the same time, I'm saying there should be a very thorough investigation into all of this, because this is extremely a very sensitive matter, and Haryana especially being extremely ahead of everybody in the terms of sports, especially the sports persons from Haryana are doing extremely well. So, this is something that we should be taking up very seriously, and there should be a complete and thorough investigation. And if the minister is found guilty, then obviously he should be looked very, very strictly against, and there should be some very strict action against him, because this is not something that should be just ignored, or this cannot be taken very lightly. So this, I think, is a very serious matter, and I hope that this investigation happens as soon as possible. And I'm sure that Chief Minister Khattar, he will do the needful, and this matter will be resolved as soon as possible.
Right. All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Raja Lakshmi Joshi, author and activist. I'm also being joined right now by Abha Singh, lawyer and women activist. Thank you for joining us here, Abha Singh. And, we were discussing here, like Raja Lakshmi told us, that a thorough investigation should be done. It's better to investigate, get to know the facts before jumping the gun. But what do you feel about this case? Because we see these cases coming out time and again where female athletes and athletes have alleged sexual harassment. All right, we'll go back to Abha Singh. We'll try to connect back with her. But right now, viewers, the story we're tracking right now, Chandigarh police have registered a sexual harassment and criminal intimidation case against Haryana Sports Minister Sandeep Singh. And this is based on a complaint by a junior athletics coach Now remember that the minister had earlier dismissed the allegations as baseless and called for an independent probe in this matter. So right now, viewers, this is the story we're tracking right now, where we're learning that the case has been registered against Sandeep Singh by the Chandigarh police. And I'm being joined back by Abha Singh, lawyer and women's activist. Thank you for joining us, Abha Singh. We lost a connection back then, but I was asking you, like Raja Lakshmi Joshi was telling us, that an independent probe should be there. We should not jump the gun. The facts have to be investigated. But we see these cases come out again and again, where a lot of allegations have been made by athletes in these kind of cases. Sexual harassment cases have been made, criminal intimidation cases have come up as well. So how do we avoid these kind of situations in the future?
Where the Chandigarh police has registered an FIR against the sports minister, which is molestation, but also it becomes an offence under the Sexual Harassment at Workplace Act also, because this complainant is a junior coach and the accused happens to be a minister. So even there are stricter laws under the act which clearly say that till the time investigation is on, this coach should be protected. If she wants the minister should step down, because there are provisions under the Sexual Harassment Act that if the accused is a boss or something, then he should be moved out of there. So I think action needs to be taken now till the time this inquiry is on. It's not something simple, because here it has happened at workplace. The minister needs to be sent on leave. He needs to step down for the time being. Till the time he is not acquitted, till the time the inquiry proves him, gives him a clean sheet, he has no business to be there. This is not the first time. I have seen so many cases where people have come forward, athletes, sports person, who have talked of sexual harassment. And it's really brave on this girl's part. Hats off to this complainant that she had the courage, because as a junior coach tomorrow she can lose her job, and that is what happens. I've seen in so many sexual harassment cases where the accused is a boss or he holds position of authority, which here he has because he's a minister. They transfer the complainants, they harass the complainant, they start departmental inquiries. So it is necessary that this victim is protected and this minister is sent on leave. Let us not say that just as you said, Raj Lakshmi Joshi was saying that the CM Khattar is very good and he will take action. No, we want to see the action. We don't want an inquiry when the police has registered an FIR, which means there is evidence, because an FIR is registered when a cognizable offence is taken. So I would request through your channel, your Republic TV has always taken up all these genuine causes, that this girl must get justice. She should not be at the receiving end. Maximum cases, women of sexual harassment have been tortured, harassed. They have had to resign from their jobs because they are so much tortured. So I would request that action is taken and the police plays a fair role, because to take action against a sitting minister whose government is in power, let me tell you, a lot of cops do not have the courage.
Right. Well, thank you for joining us here, Abha Singh, activist, for joining us right now. Viewers, of course, we are tracking the story where we are getting to know that a harassment case has been filed against Haryana Sports Minister after a coach's complaint. And this is not just a harassment case, it's also a case of criminal intimidation case against the Haryana Sports Minister, Sandeep Singh. And we can also tell you, viewers, that Sandeep Singh is also a professional field hockey player and was a captain of the national hockey team. So he himself was into sports. So it's a very, very shocking case coming out. Of course, right now, the probe is underway in this case. Let's go ahead and see what else is making news from across the world. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen extended an olive branch to China, calling for military activities around Taiwan to be replaced by dialogue and cooperation. Tsai also offered assistance if needed to China as it deals with a surge in COVID-19 cases. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu slammed the UN for seeking a court opinion on the legality of Israeli policies in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. Russian President Vladimir Putin visited the military headquarters of the Southern Military District to meet the troops fighting in Ukraine. In the video footage released, he was seen exchanging words of encouragement and cheering in the new year with soldiers. Brazil's capital is getting ready for the inauguration of President-elect Lula da Silva. Thousands of supporters were arriving in the city for Lula's historic third inauguration, flooding the ministries with the red shirts, hats and Lula flags. Supporters also gathered in front of the hotel the president-elect and the government staff were staying at, cheering and celebrating. At the stroke of midnight on Saturday, Croatia switched to the shared European currency, the euro, and removed dozens of border checkpoints to join the world's largest passport-free travel area. It marked a fresh start for the small Balkan nation of 4 million people that captured international attention 3 decades ago as a site of a brutal war that left nearly a quarter of its economy in ruins. Only half an hour into 2023, an air raid sirens rang across Ukraine's capital, followed by the sound of explosions. Only a few hours earlier, before the 11 p.m. curfew, some gathered with their families in Sofia Square for an early celebration of New Year around a Christmas tree, but the attacks continued even in the early hours of January 1st. Multiple blasts rocked Kiev and other areas of Ukraine, killing at least one person and wounding 14 others. Ukrainian officials claim Russia was now targeting civilians, seeking to create a climate of fear to see out the year grimly and usher. Lebanon's Navy and UN peacemakers now rescued more than 200 migrants from a boat sinking in the Mediterranean Sea hours after it left northern Lebanon's coast. However, reportedly 2 migrants were killed in that incident. Alleging that she was drugged and sexually assaulted her in 1986, another woman sued the comedian actor Bill Cosby, NBC, Universal and other companies on Friday in New York, where 5 other women filed a similar lawsuit earlier this month. Workers were preparing the staging area for the funeral of the late Brazilian soccer legend Pelé on center field of the stadium, which is home to the Santos Soccer Club in Brazil. Pelé, who played most of his career with Santos, died in Sao Paulo on Thursday at the age of 82. Viewers, we're live and breaking. Father of New India remark irks Bihar CM. Nitish asks, what has Prime Minister Modi done? Plus, big twist in Rishabh Pant accident case. While cops claim Pant dozed off, DDCA claims Pant was trying to dodge a pothole. Stay tuned.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
Sharma from Gujarat, and this is Republic. Breaking news coming in, viewers. Let's go to the breaking news we are getting for you. A truck and a car have collided with each other. We are getting to learn this. This has happened in Rajasthan, viewers. And this happened around 10:30 p.m. last night, out of which 6 people in the car, 3 died on the spot and 2 during the treatment. 1 injured has been referred to Bikaner as well, viewers. Okay, so we know that there were 6 people in the car, 3 people died on the spot and 2 during treatment. 1 injured has been referred to in Bikaner, and this happened when a truck and a car collided with each other. It happened on the highway at around 10:30 p.m. last night. The visuals you can see on the screen as well, viewers, of that Rajasthan road accident which is coming in. And the visuals on the screen coming in at this point of time. 3 dead in the Rajasthan accident. 1 has been injured and they are recuperating.
As India welcomed New Year 2023, celebrations erupted across the country. But in Bengaluru, the situation remained tense. In a video making rounds on social media, watch how Bengaluru police lathi charged to disperse the huge crowd after it went out of control. The incident was reported on MG Road after police had to intervene to disperse massive crowds that had gathered to celebrate the New Year. Thousands were gathered and swelling crowds eventually blocked the traffic and the area became chaotic. Which was then followed by lathi charge, a bid by police to control the crowds. Bureau report for Republic TV.
With top national updates, the Prime Minister wishes everyone a happy new year. Taking to social media, the Prime Minister said, and I quote here, "Have a great 2023. May it be filled with hope, happiness and lots of success. May everyone be blessed with the wonderful health." India announced that RT-PCR testing has been made mandatory for international passengers travelling from China, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, Singapore and Thailand. Health Minister Mansukh Mandaviya informed that passengers will have to upload their reports on the Air Suvidha portal before travel. A counsel for actor Shazan Khan, who is the accused in actor Tunisha Sharma's case, said that he will file the first bail application on Monday. This comes after Versailles court set accused Shazan Khan to 14-day judicial custody.
नहीं, उन्होंने कहा कि इनके आईडी का पासवर्ड नहीं था, जो कि पुलिस ऑलरेडी जो है रिट्रीट कर सकती है, रिकवर कर सकती है, इसलिए आप जैसी हो गया बस इतना आप न्यूज चलाइए, बाकी हम आपको बाद में बताएंगे.
Launching a scathing attack, JDS leader H.D. Kumaraswamy called BJP a party full of hypocrisies and lies, and further added that Home Minister Amit Shah, a political chameleon, and also the reincarnation of the Nazi propagandist Joseph Goebbels. Attending an event in Patna, Bihar CM indirectly attacked Lalu's Jungle Raj, saying that women were not respected or safe earlier. But now the situation has changed in the state.
हम लोग तो सबको चाहते हैं कि लोग मिलकर चले, और आप जानते हैं ना कि लड़की सब कितना कम पढ़ती थी. हम इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में थे, एक लड़की नहीं पढ़ती. कितना खराब लगता था कि एक लड़की भी नहीं पढ़ती. आज कॉलेज में अगर कोई महिला आती थी तो सब खड़ा होकर महिला को देखने लगता. अब क्या है, अब कितना ज्यादा महिलाएं पढ़ रही है सब जगह.
Nitish Kumar took a dig at the BJP's new father of the nation remark for Prime Minister Modi and asked what has he done for New India. This comes after Amrita Fadnavis' wife of Maharashtra Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis called Prime Minister Modi the father of the nation of the New India.
पिता तो ये वो कौन बोली सुने न थे अखबार में जो छपा कि अब राष्ट्रपिता छोड़ दीजिए नए पिता कोई राष्ट्र के हो जाए आप जरा सोच लीजिए नए भारत के नए पिता क्या किए हैं भारत के लिए कुछ काम किए हैं कहां भारत आगे बढ़ा है
In Bengaluru, cops were seen resorting to use of force to manage crowds in a video that has now gone viral. Earlier this week, the authorities had said that restaurants, pubs, hotels and resorts would be allowed to host celebrations only till 1 a.m. A Love Jihad helpline has been launched in Karnataka's Mangaluru to assist the girls who have allegedly been a victim of forceful religious conversions or interfaith marriages. The VHP has launched this helpline in association with several other Hindu organizations to provide legal and medical assistance to these girls and their family members. The Assam cabinet decided to merge 4 districts with existing ones and redraw boundaries in 14 places a day ahead of the Election Commission's deadline on starting the delimitation exercise for assembly and parliamentary seats. Security has been beefed up at the RSS headquarters at Nagpur in Maharashtra after an unidentified caller threatened to blow it up with a bomb. A bomb detection and disposal squad or BDDS and a dog squad was summoned and conducted a thorough check of the premises, but nothing suspicious was found.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms,
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Rukma, on Republic TV. And over the next few minutes, I'll be taking you through the top stories that are breaking at this hour from India and across the world. Let's begin with the headlines. Haryana Sports Minister faces harassment charges. Will Qatar take action?
भारत के नए पिता क्या किए हैं भारत के लिए?
Father of New India remark irks Bihar Chief Minister. Nitish asks, what has Prime Minister Modi done?
नीतीश जी पूरी तरह से डिरेल्ड हैं और उन्होंने इतिहास ठीक से पढ़ा नहीं है।
BJP hits back at Nitish Kumar, says he must speak about liquor mafia first. "24 hours after DDCA accident due to potholes, claim potholes being filled up by the NHAI. India's first case of Omicron XBB.1.5 variant identified in Gujarat. Medical authorities on the alert. And in North Korea, Kim Jong-un celebrates New Year with rockets, launches ballistic missiles. Welcome once again in our top story. After the big twist in cricketer Rishabh Pant accident case, the National Highways Authority of India has started work to fill up potholes in the area. Since last night, this comes after the DDCA blamed potholes for the accident. The forensic team that reached the spot this morning also expressed apprehensions about potholes in the area. And these are visuals. On one side, you see the terrible accident involving cricketer Rishabh Pant, in which the cricketer was found injured. His car was charred to ashes. And joining us now is Ratan Negi for the latest on this story. Ratan, we are hearing that the NHAI, the National Highways Authority of India, has now started work of filling potholes in the area. Give us a sense of what it looked like before and what is the situation now. Well, clearly a big impact of the claims made by the DDCA team that went to Dehradun to visit the injured cricketer Rishabh Pant, who was in a terrible accident which led to his car being burnt, as you can see in that visual there. Rishabh Pant had told the police that he must have dozed off and that is why he crashed his car. But later on, a team of DDCA officials who had visited the injured cricketer in hospital had reported that the accident was due to potholes. Now, as an impact of that claim by the DDCA, the National Highways Authority of India is hard at work filling up those potholes. Harsha, earlier our correspondent had reported that it's not just about one or two, but a number of potholes in the area that make it dangerous to drive, particularly at night. And we are now joined by Ratan Negi to give us the latest on this. Ratan, kya hai latest update? National Highways Authority of India has started filling up potholes in the area.
देखिए, इस वक्त ऋषभ पंत देहरादून के एमएस अस्पताल में भर्ती हैं और कल उनकी पहली ड्रेसिंग हुई थी, जहां पर प्लास्टिक सर्जरी हुई थी। लगभग 40 मिनट तक वो ड्रेसिंग चली थी और उसके बाद अभी तक की जो जानकारी है उनके जो स्वास्थ्य में है उसमें धीरे धीरे सुधार आ रहा है। कल की अगर बात की जाए तो 10% सुधार था, लेकिन जो उनके घुटनों की अगर बात की जाए, जो मांस वहां पर फटा है, वो वहां पर दिक्कत आ रही है। अभी तक उसका एमआरआई यहाँ पर नहीं हुआ है और ये कंफर्म नहीं हो पा रहा है कि वो एमआरआई उत्तराखंड के यानी देहरादून के एमएस अस्पताल में ही होगा या उनको यहाँ से ले जाने के बाद होगा। अभी तक की जो जानकारी है वो यही है कि अभी तक जो ऋषभ पंत है वो देहरादून के मैक्स अस्पताल में ही मौजूद रहने वाले हैं, यानी कि वो अभी यहीं रहेंगे, यहाँ से बाहर नहीं जाने वाले। इस पूरी घटनाक्रम पर बीसीसीआई की पूरी नजर बनी हुई है। वो अस्पताल प्रशासन के जो तमाम डॉक्टर्स हैं और बीसीसीआई के जो डॉक्टर्स हैं, इनके साथ उनके लगातार उनके स्वास्थ्य को लेकर बातचीत लगातार चल रही है। और इस बातचीत जो लगातार बातचीत चल रही है उसमें ऋषभ पंत के स्वास्थ्य में कितना सुधार आ रहा है, कितना बेटर इंप्रूव हो रहा है, उसकी जानकारी भी मिल रही है। इससे पहले की अगर बात की जाए तो ऋषभ पंत की अगर बात की जाए तो सर का जो एमआरआई हुआ था वो नॉर्मल था और जो पीठ का जो एमआरआई हुआ था वो नॉर्मल था, लेकिन जो उनके घुटनों पर चोट लगी और कहा जा रहा है कि शरीर का ऐसा कोई हिस्सा नहीं है जहां पर उन्हें चोट नहीं लगी है। उन्हें अभी बिस्तर से उठने में काफी तकलीफ
लगी है, उन्हें अभी बिस्तर से उठने में काफी तकलीफ का सामना करना पड़ रहा है, उन्हें काफी दर्द महसूस हो रहा है। ये जानकारी भी यहाँ पर हमें जो मिली हमारे सूत्रों ने बताया है। इसके साथ ही ये भी कहा है कि जो हमारे सूत्र कह रहे हैं वो ये कह रहे हैं कि डॉक्टर ने उन्हें सलाह दी है कि उन्हें बेहतर इलाज के लिए ऑस्ट्रेलिया या फिर इंग्लैंड ले जाया जा सकता है। उन्हें परामर्श दिया है कि उन्हें ऑस्ट्रेलिया या इंग्लैंड बेहतर इलाज के लिए भेजा जा सकता है। लेकिन सारी जो चीजें उनकी जो स्थिति है उस पर बीसीसीआई के जो डॉक्टर्स हैं, वो मैक्स अस्पताल के जो डॉक्टर्स हैं, उनके बीच आपस में बातचीत चल रही है और अभी इस वक्त उन्हें यहाँ से ले जाना मुमकिन नहीं है, क्योंकि उनके शरीर की अगर जो बात की जाए, जो जानकारी मिल रही है, उन्हें काफी दर्द महसूस हो रहा है उठने में। ये जानकारी इस वक्त अभी तक हमारे जो सूत्र है वो हमें अभी तक बता रहे हैं।
Well, many thanks, Ratan, for joining us there. But stay with us. We might be coming back to you right now. But now let's listen in to what Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has to say on this matter.
देखिए, वो उन दोनों चालक और परिचालक हरियाणा परिवहन निगम के बस के थे। उन्होंने जिस समय में ऋषभ पंत की एक्सीडेंट हुआ था उसमें काफ़ी घायल हो गए थे और उनकी कार लगातार 2-3 बार उन्हीं के सामने पलटी। उन्होंने अपना कोई भी जो है अपनी परवाह न करते हुए उन्होंने उनकी जान बचाई, उनको बाहर निकाला, जिसके कारण से अब वो स्वस्थ होने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। तो हमने तय किया है कि ऐसे समय में जिन्होंने सहायता करी है, आगे आए हैं, उनको हम सम्मानित करेंगे। 26 जनवरी के दिन चालक और परिचालक दोनों को ही सम्मानित करने का निर्णय लिया है।
And we go back once again to my colleague Ratan Negi. Ratan, आपके पास फिर से आ रहे हैं। When we talk about आज के डेट में एक क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत के कैलिबर के क्रिकेटर के साथ जो हादसा हुआ, it was because of the potholes that are so dangerous. He is still not out of pain, even though the injuries did not seem to be very severe. Now we believe, as a result of the DDCA coming clean, that the accident was because of the potholes. वो potholes fill up हो रहा है. National Highways Authority of India is working on them.
देखिए, जानकारी यही मिली है। जब DCACI के शर्मा जी यहाँ पर बयान दे रहे थे, उन्होंने कहा था कि जो सड़क हादसा हुआ है ऋषभ पंत से उनकी जो बात हुई थी उसकी उन्होंने वजह गड्ढा बताया, क्योंकि सुबह का वक्त था, लगभग 5:18 से 17 मिनट का वक्त रहा होगा। उनकी गाड़ी की स्पीड में भी थी और वहां पर गड्ढा आ गया, गड्ढे से बचाने के चक्कर में यह हादसा हो गया। ऐसा DCCI को ऋषभ पंत ने यहाँ पर कहा है। उसके साथ ही नेशनल जो हाईवे वो भी उस गड्ढे पर वहां पर काम कर रहा है। जानकारी ये भी मिली है कि उस गड्ढे को वहां पर भरा जा चुका है। इस प्रकार की जानकारी भी यहाँ पर अभी तक हमारे पास आ रही है। इसके साथ ही अगर बात की जाए तो जो पहले बयान निकल कर आए थे, उन बयानों से ये बात निकल कर आई थी कि ऋषभ जब गाड़ी चला रहे थे तो उन्हें हल्की सी नींद की झपकी लग गई और झपकी के दौरान यह हादसा हो गया। तो दो तरह की बातें यहाँ पर लगातार निकल कर आई हैं। दोनों बातों पर भी सर्च किया जा रहा है कि आखिर ये सड़क हादसा हुआ कैसे। लेकिन इतने बड़े सड़क हादसे के बाद जहां 5 से 7 सेकंड में पल भर में ऋषभ पंत की गाड़ी जलकर राख हो जाती है, ऋषभ पंत खुद गाड़ी का शीशा तोड़कर बाहर निकलते हैं और इतने बड़े हादसे के बाद वो सुरक्षित है। ये अपने आप में सबसे बड़ी खुशी की बात है, क्योंकि इतना बड़ा हादसा होने के बाद भी ऋषभ सही सलामत है, भारत का चमकता सितारा है और आज उनका स्वास्थ्य में लगातार जो है वो सुधार धीरे धीरे हो रहा है, स्थिति और बेहतर हो रही है। रही बात उनके दाहिने घुटने की अगर बात की जाए तो लिगामेंट जो फटा हुआ है, जो मांस फटा हुआ है, उससे उन्हें जरूर तकलीफ हो रही है, वो उन्हें जरूर यहाँ पर दर्द दे रहा है। और एक वही है जिसका अभी तक MRI यहाँ पर का नहीं हो पाया है और इसी का ही इंतजार है कि जब तक उसकी पूरी रिपोर्ट निकल कर आ जाएगी। क्योंकि कहा जा रहा है कि वहां पर जो घुटना है उस पर हल्के से ब्लड स्क्रॉटिंग जमे हुए और जब तक वो साफ नहीं होंगे, जो ब्लड का जो थक्का जमा हुआ है, जब तक वो साफ नहीं होगा तब तक MRI MRI की रिपोर्ट क्लियर नहीं आएगी और उसी पर ही अभी तक स्थिति पूरी साफ नहीं हो पा रही, क्योंकि जहां जब उससे स्थिति पूरी साफ हो पाएगी तब ये मालूम चल पाएगा कि आखिर ऋषभ को अस्पताल में कितने दिन और रहना पड़ेगा, या ऋषभ का जो इलाज है वो उत्तराखंड में या फिर दिल्ली या मुंबई में ही हो सकता है, या फिर उन्हें अच्छे इलाज के लिए इसके लिए बाहर जाना पड़ेगा, इंग्लैंड या फिर ऑस्ट्रेलिया।
Well, doctors are still waiting for more clarity on Rishabh Pant's physical condition there, as Ratan Negi is telling us, to decide the next course of action. Well, a lot depends on the MRI, but an MRI cannot be done properly unless his physical condition, he still is in quite some pain. It will be clear in some time, it will take some time to be clear about whether he is to be treated in Dehradun itself or to be taken to other hospitals for more specialized care. Many thanks, Ratan Negi, for joining us there. Let's move on now to another news story. Haryana sports minister has been booked for sexually harassing a junior female coach. A case has been registered against Sandeep Singh by Chandigarh police, and earlier we had reported, breaking news coming in this regard. Sandeep Singh accused of a very serious charge. He is the sports minister in the Manohar Khattar government in Haryana, and charges have been made against him of having sexually harassed a female junior coach. The question is, will the Khattar government take action against the erring minister? There you see on your screens, viewers, the Haryana minister accused of sexually harassing a junior female coach. A very serious charge leveled against Sandeep Singh. And Amandeep joining us on the phone line for more. Amandeep, as we spoke earlier, you said the question is, will the Khattar government take action? But first of all the updates you have as far as the registering of the case against Sandeep Singh, a minister, sports minister in the Haryana government, is concerned.
Well, Rukma, this incident happened in September, and in fact, after that, the junior female athletic coach approached the Haryana police and tried to file this complaint and register the case against Minister Sandeep Singh, with the fact that she was having the chats on the Instagram, that how Sandeep Singh was continuously harassing her and putting pressure on her. And in fact, she has also narrated the entire story, that when she started raising the voice against the minister, she was being transferred from one station to another just to make her silent. But finally, just few days back, she held a press conference, and in fact, she narrated the entire story in front of the media with the support of INLD leader Abhay Chautala. And even after that, day before yesterday, she filed a formal complaint with Chandigarh police, and following that complaint, the Chandigarh police have registered a case against Minister Sandeep Singh under Section 354, 354A, 354B IPC, that is leading to sexual harassment. And now they are also further investigating the entire matter. But the point is, Rukma, that this is a trouble-mounting situation for the Haryana government. Their own minister has been booked for the sexual harassment of their own department junior female coach. And in fact, now the decision has to be taken by the Khattar. Either he is going to sustain Sandeep Singh as a minister in his cabinet, or he will be dropped. Just because earlier it was just an allegation. But now the case has been registered, and in fact, Sandeep Singh turned to be the accused of sexual harassment case while sitting on the chair of the ministry. And even on the other side, a female junior athletic coach, a very small position, and in fact she was raising the voice against the minister. Chandigarh police is investigating the case, but the problematic situation for the Haryana government is that either they are going to drop him as a minister till the time the case is sustaining, or he will be continued as a minister. This would be a big challenge for the Manohar Lal Khattar, Chief Minister of Haryana, that just because he has to take the decision regarding this entire controversy. This is getting big. This controversy is swelling every single second since minister himself is involved. And even, Rukma, the most important point is that Sandeep Singh also held a press conference and quoting these allegations are the politically motivated allegations. This is a political move by INLD leader Abhay Chautala. He was not involved into any kind of sexual harassment. This was a defense of Sandeep Singh. But the victim is claiming that Sandeep Singh called her at his official residence in Chandigarh, where she was molested, where she was sexually harassed, and even after that, Sandeep Singh used to harass her on the Instagram as well.
just to put pressure on her so that she should not come out with her voice with the entire story. So this is the fact. But let's wait and watch how the investigation concludes in this entire matter and how Haryana government and Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar will take up this issue either with the party or with his own ministry. Yes.
Well, Amandeep, many thanks for joining us there and for giving us those details. And, well, Haryana Sports Minister Sandeep Singh has now been booked. As Amandeep was just telling us, the incident dates back to September. It's January now. And meanwhile, the minister in question here has said that it is a politically motivated accusation that has been leveled against him. It has certainly left the Haryana government in a tight spot. Will Manohar Lal Khattar, Chief Minister of Haryana, will he take action now that a case has been lodged against him at Chandigarh? And Amandeep giving us that entire sequence of events of how they took place. And it was an INLD leader who... And Mr. Barsat now of joining us on the phone line. Your reaction, sir, on to this incident.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Joining us now is Barnali Barsat. Ma'am, what can you... Barnali Basak, who's joining us. Ma'am, your reactions. We can hear you. Please continue.
Yes. My only thing is that right now there is an allegation which needs to be proved. So it has to go to court and let the evidence be led. And only then can, you can understand what is going on actually. But sexual harassment offences are not to be taken very easily. If there has been some, there is no smoke without fire. So this has to be taken very seriously. And I would like to say, let the investigation go on. And, only then it can be proved. Hello?
Yes.
तो पता है कि एक माहौल क्रिएट किया गया है मेरी छवि को ख़राब करने के लिए और एक खेल विभाग के जूनियर कोच ने जो एलिगेशंस गलत फॉल्स एलिगेशंस लगाए हैं उसकी मैं चाहूँगा कि अच्छे से जांच हो। जांच चल भी रही है और जब भी उसकी रिपोर्ट आती है उस रिपोर्ट के बाद एक नैतिकता के कारण, एक इंसानियत के कारण मैं अपना खेल विभाग जो है माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को सौंपता हूँ और जो भी रिपोर्ट आए, जो भी दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी आए, निकल कर जब बाहर आए तो उसके बाद फिर माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अगला फैसला लें।
So Sandeep Singh there putting his point forward, saying that he is willing for himself to be investigated in the matter. He has said that he is open to a proper investigation into the matter so that everything can be clarified. We were speaking with Advocate Barnali Basak, who was telling us that, this case is still under investigation. It has to be proved. Sexual harassment has to be proved. It is a very serious allegation. And Barnali, you were telling us about how sexual harassment, particularly in such a situation, one is a minister, he's the sports minister, and the other is a junior coach. Well, yes.
As I said, there is no smoke without fire. So there must be something. So that is why it is the seriousness of the matter is it has to be properly investigated first. And it has to be taken very seriously. If somebody comes forward and makes an allegation and reports that means there must be some seriousness attached to it. So it has to be taken very seriously. And of course, once the investigation is led, the evidence is led, and
the
it will be proved.
The incident dates to September. That's what my colleague Amandeep, who's there on the ground.
Thing is, nobody can misuse or abuse his power. Nobody in a seat of power can abuse his power. This is literally abusing or misusing his power if he has done this at all. If he has sexually harassed somebody, a woman, a junior coach, he's misusing his power. And for that, he has to be punished.
But the law says, what you're basically saying, ma'am, is that according to law, now it is, the onus is on the victim to prove that she has been sexually harassed. What are the provisions of the law in this regard to protect the victim, to ensure that she gets justice?
You know, a mere complaint, and if there is some kind of proof attached to it, it is very difficult to actually prove these things. When somebody is sexually harassed, at the moment, it's an instantaneous moment. It is spontaneous. So one may not have the opportunity to record the conversation or take a video clip of it. It is not possible. So proving such allegations itself is very difficult. But once a woman comes forward, you have to take it seriously. You have to see the antecedents of this person, the one who's committing the sexual harassment. Whether he has done this before with any other woman, the problem in India is nobody wants to come forward and even lodge a complaint. That is a major problem. Nobody even wants to step forward. That is why these cases are all, it is just covered up. They cover up it because they do not have the courage or they do not have the face to come forward and, lodge a complaint against such ministers, because they are very powerful. They don't have any peer psychosis. They feel that they can just get away with it. The problem here is whoever is committing such things, they feel that they can just get away with it by just paying money in the police station or just bribing somebody, and they can easily get away with it. And that is why I said that they're abusing and misusing their power. And that is why the seriousness.
Right.
Rather, these ministers, they should be the role models, right? We look up to them. We vote for them. We look up to them. If they are the ones who commit such things, then what will the rest do? And you're humiliating a woman. And in today's age and in today's world, there's so much of fight against the right for women. And there is no respect. The problem is there is no respect. It is all easygoing. Everybody thinks that they can just get away with it. And it's not a crime, but it is a crime. According to IPC, it is a crime. And after Nirbhaya's case, it has become even more serious. And it is an eye-opener for everybody.
Yes, many thanks, Ms. Basak, for joining us there. So, as of now, it's a harassment charge against Sandeep Singh. Sandeep Singh himself says that he is open to investigations. Many thanks, Ms. Basak, for joining us there and for sharing your thoughts. As you said, it's a very serious allegation, but it has to be proved first. Of course, politically, it could be a very difficult situation that Manohar Lal Khattar, Chief Minister of Haryana, finds himself if there are more updates regarding this that we are getting at this point. The Chief Minister has now called the DGP to DGP Haryana and the CID Chief. And a meeting is underway at the Chief Minister's residence. So clearly the Chief Minister, Manohar Lal Khattar, taking this matter very seriously. A charge has been levelled of sexual harassment against his minister. His sports minister, to be exact, Sandeep Singh, has been charged with sexually harassing a junior female coach. Sandeep Singh is the sports minister of Haryana. And now a charge of sexual harassment has been lodged against him by a junior female coach. A very serious charge, and clearly Manohar Lal Khattar taking serious note of it. He has called the Haryana DGP as well as the CID chief. And Amandeep, as we were discussing earlier, Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar clearly taking this matter very seriously. We believe that a meeting is underway even as we speak at his house. What can you tell us?
Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar is taking the stock of the situation, and even he is also taking the entire detail of the case, that how it happened and when that girl approached Haryana police, why that action has not been taken, and how Chandigarh police have registered the case. And in fact, he will also see what kind of evidence in this case is pertaining. Just because the evidence is the main part, what is the visual evidence, what is the photograph evidence, or any documentative evidence, or any CCTV footage, or any footage apart from the verbal allegations. So now Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar will take stock of the situation of the entire incident, and later that will be discussed with the ministry as well as the senior BJP leaders, that how to take the call, either Sandeep Singh to sustain as a minister in the cabinet of Khattar, or he will be dropped from his ministry. So this call will be taken later. But yes, this matter is getting very serious and the meeting is underway. CID chief and DGP Haryana, they both are having all kind of details regarding the case that was registered by the Chandigarh police, and even that complaint was filed with the Haryana police. They both are having all kind of details of both the cases, and even that will be explained to Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar, and later that issue will be decided in the cabinet and in fact with the senior ministers and the senior BJP leaders as well. So this is how the entire situation is unfolding. Rukma, this is getting very tough for the Sandeep Singh as well as for Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar, just because they have left with no option. They have to face this brunt. The point is that a case has been registered against Sandeep Singh under section 354, 354A and B, leading to sexual harassment, and even that victim was a junior female athletic coach having the screenshots of Instagram chat as well, and certain kind of allegations she was leveling with an evidence also. So this situation is very tough for the Haryana government to take the call how to deal with it. Yes.
Well, so clearly she does have some evidence, as far as you said, screenshots of certain conversations, if I'm not wrong, Amandeep, if I heard you correctly. So that could be, and as we were speaking to Ms. Basak, an advocate, she was telling us how important it will be to produce proper evidence in order to prove these allegations. The allegations have to be proved. And Amandeep, stay with us. We are now joined by activist Brinda Adige on the phone line. Ms. Adige, when we look at this situation, it's a case of somebody in power, misusing his position. My colleague Amandeep says that there are screenshots of chats. We spoke to a lawyer just now, and she said that the allegations will have to be proved. What do you think of such a situation, that the law puts a victim in a situation where the victim has to prove the allegations that have been made?
Absolutely. We need to understand that we are largely a patriarchal society, and many of our systems and structures are also very patriarchal. Given that situation, having this woman, the victim, to prove the allegations to be true just goes to show how far patriarchy places the burden of proof on the woman, which is not correct. That said, we also know that sexual harassment is always a question of power play. When a person is in a position of power, it is that person who abuses that position because he knows with impunity that people will not believe the victim who is a woman and will all the time believe the person, the perpetrator. And many times we have seen that the woman, the victim survivor, is the one who is sullied and maligned, and character assassination happens only to her. But we are talking of the sports minister, we are talking of a junior coach, and she has mustered enough courage to come forward and make a complaint. So it is the responsibility of the powers that be, the police, to investigate thoroughly. And nobody stops the investigating officers to understand the statements that are being made by the victim survivor. And there might be some kind of proof. There will be some evidence. It is not that there will be no evidence at all. Because he is a minister, you may not get too many witnesses. But that is the challenge for Qatar government to say, women, if you are in this, pushed into a position where you're harassed sexually, come forward. That's the confidence I'm giving you. You will be protected. Justice will be served. And that responsibility absolutely lies with the Chief Minister and his government, and of course, certainly the party leader.
Many thanks, Ms. Adige, for joining us there and for sharing your thoughts. So, a lot depends on the action taken by the Qatar government. As of now, we can report that a high-level meeting is underway at the CM's residence. We'll be bringing you all the updates on that. And it's time now for a short break. But coming up, after that, 24 hours after the DDCA accident due to potholes being filled up by the National Highways Authority of India.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
A happy new year to all our viewers of Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla and you're watching India's #1 news channel. Let's see what is making the headlines right now. Kumaraswamy stokes fresh row, compares Home Minister Shah to Nazi propagandists. Haryana Sports Minister faces harassment charges. Will Khattar take action? "24 hours after DDCA accident due to potholes, claim potholes being filled up by the NHAI. India's first case of Omicron XBB.1.5 variant identified in Gujarat. Medical authorities are on alert. And in North Korea, Kim celebrates New Year with rockets, launches ballistic missiles. Viewers, let's go to our top story right now, where North Korea has marked the first day of the new year with reports of further rocket tests. In addition to images set to show the test, the Korean Central News Agency showed North Korean leader Kim Jong-un overseeing a large display of new rockets and congratulating the workers who made them. At a big end-of-the-year meeting of the ruling Workers' Party last week, Kim said that North Korea needs more nuclear weapons. Photos also show Kim attending a New Year's Eve performance at the huge May Day Stadium in Pyongyang. For the first time in many years, North Korean television did not have a live broadcast on New Year's Eve. North Korea remains closed for international travel against COVID. It was the first country to close its borders in January 2020. Now, after reports of the new virus in the neighboring China as well, viewers. So we are seeing right now how Kim Jong-un has ringed in the new year with increase of North Korea's nuclear arsenal, viewers. And I believe I'm being joined right now by Major Gaurav Arya on the phone line. Very good afternoon to you and a happy new year to you as well, Major Gaurav Arya. But right now, the way that Kim Jong-un is celebrating New Year is showing off the kind of missiles and ballistic missiles that North Korea possesses.
Happy New Year to you and all our viewers. Basically, North Korea has been doing this. Kim Jong-un's father did this, and his father, who founded, what is known as the Hermit Kingdom or North Korea, they have been doing it. So this is the third generation which is doing all that nonsense. Every time they do it, on their victory day, they fire missiles because that is the only thing that North Korea has. And it's people in the international circles, geopolitical circles, say that China has two mad dogs. One is Pakistan, the other one is North Korea. So China tends to talk, using threatening language using these two countries. So whenever you say Pakistan doing something or North Korea doing something, you realize that who's the person behind all this. Need not be taken too seriously because, he says that we need more missiles. He's never said we need more education, we need better health care, we need more jobs. No. This existential threat of North Korea, this is how the third generation of Koreans have been suppressed by one family. And this is just China behind, there is nothing else. Had China not been supporting North Korea, the world would have sorted out this problem long back, irrespective of the fact whether they have weapons or not.
Right. And we are seeing that Kim Jong-un is once again showing off the kind of arsenal that North Korea possesses. But the fact right now is that North Korea has again and again, especially when it comes to the US, they have again and again said that if our limits are crossed, we will go ahead and we will attack. That's what they have said again and again. But is there any kind of threat that you're seeing? Is North Korea saber rattling or as usual? Or do you think that this could be a threat that needs to be taken seriously?
No, not at all. You do not take North Korea seriously. North Korea has the habit of giving threats twice in a month. Every month, in the first week and in the third week, they will do it. Now, a special threat is being given on occasion of New Year. We will annihilate South Korea. We will blow America to bits. They must have said it for the millionth time. I mean, earlier people used to get alarmed. Today, nobody takes North Korea seriously. Honestly, the country has no manufacturing. It has no diplomacy. It has no money. It has nothing. It is just a nuisance. For America, North Korea is what Pakistan is to India. It's a nuisance. It's not a threat. Sure, they have nuclear weapons, but, every month or twice a month, they say that we will blow up America, we'll fire our missiles, we'll kill everybody. So they keep on repeating the same thing again and again. So it's nothing new. I don't think it's a threat, and I would not take North Korea seriously.
All right. Thank you so much, Major Gauravaria, for joining us here. And also I'm being joined by Brigadier Hemant Mahajan, who's a defense expert. Thank you for joining us here. Now, we are seeing that once again, North Korea is showing off its missile arsenal. And if this continues, then what about the disarmament talks which have been happening for a while now? Is North Korea open to it, or are they showing that we are not open to any kind of talks?
What we have to understand is that North Korea is a rogue nation, and it does not follow any treaties, it does not follow any rules, and it does what it wants to do. Before I came on the line, I was hearing Major Gaurav giving his opinion on the level of threat that North Korea possesses to the whole world. And he was basically saying that North Korea will keep on firing missiles, but their economy is not good, and it's not a very big threat as far as the world is concerned. I'll give a slightly different angle. While the missiles of the North Korea may not be a threat, and the world and let's say America and South Korea and Japan has more missiles than what they have, but an accidental missile firing can create a problem, because there was an occasion when North Korea fired a missile into the skies of Japan, and it fell into the Japanese exclusive economic zone in the Japanese Sea. So suppose if a missile like this is fired and it falls either in the ocean where a ship is going, or it falls on the land somewhere unintended, this can create a danger for not only for Japan but for South Korea, also for anybody who's traveling in the ocean. So this accidental firing of the missile by North Korea is something which is to be taken seriously. So the world must put pressure on North Korea, put pressure on China, put pressure on Russia to educate North Korea not to undertake these tests, because once in a while mistakes can take place and the problem can take place. So therefore, one has to be very, very careful as far as North Korea is concerned, because accidental missile strikes have taken place in the past.
All right, thank you so much, Brigadier Hemant Mahajan joining us, defense expert on the story we're tracking right now. And North Korea has fired ballistic missiles, viewers. Usually countries ring in their new year with fireworks, but North Korea has fired 3 short-range ballistic missiles on the last day of the year. And like we were telling you that North Korea, once again, Kim Jong-un once again taking a hit and aiming at the US, talking about the US, talking about South Korea, how they will not bow down to either of those two nations. There was a big end of the year meeting of the ruling Workers' Party where Kim said that North Korea needs more nuclear weapons. The photos also showing right over there how Kim attended a New Year's Eve performance at that stadium in Pyongyang. For the first time in many, many years also, North Korea did not broadcast the New Year's Eve live. So these are the visuals coming in right now. Ballistic missiles launched on New Year's, viewers, and multiple ballistic missiles were launched. A couple of ballistic missiles were launched, viewers, where Kim Jong-un has in fact been conducting. This is not the first time, viewers, Kim Jong-un has been conducting the first nuclear test from the year 2017 as he seeks to in fact add warheads for tactical weapons to strike South Korea and Japan. And also he is not happy with the US troops which are present in Asia, in other parts of Asia as well. So that has been extremely something that North Korea has made it clear. But like Major Gauravaria was saying, that this seems to be one more case of saber rattling by North Korea, the rogue nation. All right, let's move ahead to the other story we're tracking right now. Global updates coming up next. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen extended an olive branch to China, calling for military activities around Taiwan to be replaced by dialogue and cooperation. Tsai also offered assistance if needed to China as it deals with a surge in COVID-19 cases. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu slammed the United Nations for seeking a court opinion on the legality of Israeli policies in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. Russian President Vladimir Putin visited the military headquarters of the Southern Military District in Rostov-on-Don to meet troops fighting in Ukraine. In video footage released, he was seen exchanging words of encouragement and cheering in the new year with soldiers. Brazil's capital is getting ready for the inauguration of President-elect Lula da Silva. Thousands of supporters were arriving in the city for Lula's historic third inauguration, flooding the ministries with red shirts, hats and Lula flags. Supporters also gathered in front of the hotel the President-elect and the government staff were staying at, cheering and celebrating. At the stroke of midnight on Saturday, Croatia switched to the shared European currency, the euro, and removed dozens of border checkpoints to join the world's largest passport-free travel area. It marked a fresh start for the small Balkan nation of 4 million people that captured international attention 3 decades ago at the site of a brutal war that left nearly a quarter of its economy in ruins. Only half an hour into 2023, an air raid sirens rang across Ukraine's capital, followed by the sound of explosions only a few hours earlier. Before the 11 p.m. curfew, some gathered with their families in Sofia Square for an early celebration of the New Year around a Christmas tree. But the attacks continued even in the early hours of January 1st. Multiple blasts rocked Kiev and other areas of Ukraine, killing at least 1 person and wounding 14 others. Ukrainian officials claim Russia was now targeting civilians, seeking to create a climate of fear throughout the year, grimly and as well. Lebanon Navy and UN peacekeepers rescued more than 200 migrants from a boat sinking in the Mediterranean Sea hours after it left northern Lebanon's coast. However, reportedly 2 migrants were killed in the accident. Alleging that she was drugged and sexually assaulted in 1986, and another woman has now sued the comedian actor Bill Cosby. NBC Universal and other companies on Friday in New York, where 5 other women filed a similar lawsuit earlier this month. Workers were preparing the staging area for the funeral of the late Brazilian soccer legend Pelé on center field of the stadium, home of the Santos Soccer Club in Brazil. Pelé, who played most of his career with Santos, died in Sao Paulo on Thursday at the age of 82. Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. 24 hours after a DDCA accident due to potholes claim, potholes being filled up by the NHAI. And India's first case of Omicron XBB.1.5 variant identified in Gujarat. Medical authorities are on alert. Stay tuned.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
The new thing that the Chinese
Viewers, getting some breaking updates. Hindu organizations holding march against love jihad conversion in Kolhapur. Visuals coming in right now, viewers, where we can see that how these Hindu organizations are going ahead and they're holding these protests, which you're seeing on your screen at this point of time, viewers. So these are protests against love jihad. These are happening in Maharashtra, especially in the Kolhapur area, where you can see that many people have gathered and they are protesting against over love jihad. So visuals coming in right now from Kolhapur, viewers, of this story where Hindu groups are protesting against love jihad on your screen. This remember, love jihad issue has been brought up multiple times, and we have seen that this issue has cropped up again and again, where a lot of people in the past as well, many Hindu groups have protested against love jihad, over love jihad, and right now we're seeing that there's a fresh protest happening. As we kick off the new year, it's 1st Jan 2023. We are seeing that more protests are happening, where we are seeing Hindu groups coming ahead and protesting over the love jihad cases. Now remember, there have been multiple cases of alleged love jihad in multiple states, and we are seeing that in this case, we are seeing that Hindu groups are protesting against love jihad. We'll soon be joined by our reporters who are on ground and who have been tracking the story very, very closely. But for now, viewers, what we can tell you is that the Hindu groups are protesting against love jihad. In multiple cases have come up over the past few months itself, where the angle of love jihad is a possibility. It's a possibility which these groups are alleging. These groups are alleging that there's a possibility of love jihad in many cases which have come up in the recent past. Let's listen in to what's happening there in Maharashtra.
काही जण तिकडे वश होऊन काही वाईट अपघात आपल्या देवांचं आपल्याला कुटुंबानां सपरिवाराणां सकल शुभकाम सिद्ध्यर्थम
As India welcomed New Year 2023, celebrations erupted across the country. But in Bengaluru, the situation remained tense. In a video making rounds on social media, watch how Bengaluru police lathi charged to disperse the huge crowd after it went out of control. The incident was reported on MG Road after police had to intervene to disperse massive crowds that had gathered to celebrate the New Year. Thousands were gathered and swelling crowds eventually blocked the traffic and the area became chaotic, which was then followed by lathi charge, a bid by police to control the crowds. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
PM Modi wished everyone a happy new year. Taking to social media, Prime Minister said, and I quote here, "Have a great 2023. May it be filled with hope, happiness and lots of success. May everyone be blessed with wonderful health." India announced that RT-PCR testing has been made mandatory for international passengers travelling from China, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, Singapore and Thailand. Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia informed that passengers would have to upload their reports on the Air Suvidha portal before travel. The counsel for actor Shazan Khan, who is the accused in the actor Tunisha Sharma's case, said that he will file the first bail application on Monday. This comes after Vasai Court said accused Shazan Khan to 14-day judicial custody.
नहीं, उन्होंने कहा कि इनके आईडी का पासवर्ड नहीं था, जो कि पुलिस ऑलरेडी जो है रिट्रीट कर सकती है, रिकवर कर सकती है, इसलिए आप जैसी हो गया बस इतना आप न्यूज चलाइए, बाकी हम आपको बाद में बताएंगे.
Launching a scathing attack, JDS leader H.D. Kumaraswamy called BJP a party full of hypocrisies and lies and further added that Home Minister Amit Shah, a political chameleon and a reincarnation of Nazi propagandist Joseph Goebbels. Attending an event in Patna, Bihar, CM indirectly attacked Lalu's Jungle Raj, saying that women were not respected or safe earlier, but now the situation has changed in the state.
हम लोग तो सबको चाहते हैं कि लोग मिलकर चले, और आप जानते हैं ना कि लड़की सब कितना कम पढ़ती थी. हम इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में थे, एक लड़की नहीं पढ़ती. कितना खराब लगता था कि एक लड़की भी नहीं पढ़ती. कॉलेज में अगर कोई महिला आती थी तो सब खड़ा होकर महिला को देखने लगता. अब क्या, अब कितना ज्यादा महिलाएं पढ़ रही है सब जगह.
Nitish Kumar took a dig at BJP's new father of the nation remark for Prime Minister Modi and asked what has he done for New India. This comes after Amrita Fadnavis, wife of Maharashtra Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis, called the Prime Minister the father of the nation of New India.
राष्ट्रपिता तो ये वो कौन बोली? सुने न थे अखबार में जो छपा कि अब राष्ट्रपिता छोड़ दीजिए, नए पिता कोई राष्ट्र के हो जाए. आप जरा सोच लीजिए, नए भारत के नए पिता क्या किए हैं भारत के लिए? कुछ काम किए हैं? कहां भारत आगे बढ़ा है?
Bengaluru cops were seen resorting to use of force to manage crowds in a video that has now gone viral earlier this week. The authorities had said that restaurants, pubs, hotels and resorts would be allowed to host celebrations only till 1 a.m. A Love Jihad helpline has been launched in Karnataka's Mangaluru to assist the girls who have allegedly been a victim of forceful religious conversions or interfaith marriages. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad has launched this helpline in connection with several other Hindu organizations to provide legal and medical assistance to these girls and their family members. The Assam cabinet decided to merge 4 districts with existing ones and redraw boundaries in 14 places a day ahead of the Election Commission's deadline on starting the delimitation exercise for assembly and parliamentary seats. Security has been beefed up at the RSS headquarters at Nagpur in Maharashtra after an unidentified caller threatened to blow it up with a bomb detection disposal squad. A dog squad was summoned and conducted a thorough check of the premises, but nothing suspicious was found. There's some big breaking coming in right now. At least 2 cops were injured in a knife attack near Times Square celebrations. Roughly 2 hours before the ball was set to drop at midnight, senior police officials say one officer reportedly shot the armed man in the shoulder. So these are the visuals coming in right now, viewers, of what happened, what transpired there. What we can tell you, viewers, is that there was a knife attack which happened near Times Square. And this happened just 2 hours. I repeat, this happened just 2 hours before the ball was set to drop at midnight at Times Square. The senior police officials say this is said by senior police officials. They're confirming these facts. And we also know that one officer reportedly shot the armed man in the shoulder. 2 police officers have been injured in this incident coming in, viewers. And this happened on New Year's Eve near Times Square, where we are learning that a couple of police officers were attacked by a knife-wielding person. But this person was later shot in the arm. Now, visuals coming in of the incident as well. You can see that there's heavy police presence, an ambulance on the spot in Times Square after this incident, which has come in from Times Square on New Year's Eve. So these NYPD officers, 3 of them were attacked by a knife-wielding person. A knife-wielding person went ahead and he attacked these police officers. And then after that, he was taken into custody. The 19-year-old assailant who attacked the 3 police officers, this happened at West 52nd Street and 8th Avenue around 10:11 p.m., which is 2 hours before midnight. And after that, he was also taken into custody, viewers. Now, this knife-wielding person struck the police officers in the head with the knife and with the machete that they were carrying. Now, we can also tell you, viewers, that one of the officers fired their gun at that assailant, at that armed person, striking the 19-year-old armed person in the shoulder. All 3 officers have been hospitalized, and the assailant was also taken to a hospital to be treated for his injuries, viewers. So right now, of course, the investigation in the case is continuing, and the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force is working with the NYPD to understand the nature of this attack. And the visuals of that right there on your screen, viewers, where this attack happened during the New Year celebrations. Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. We continue to be live and breaking. Kumaraswamy stokes a fresh row, compares Home Minister Shah to Nazi propagandist. And Haryana Sports Minister faces harassment charges. Will Khattar take action? Stay tuned.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
I am Suesha Sawant reporting from New Delhi. This is Republic.
Haryana Sports Minister faces harassment charges. Will Khattar take action?
नए भारत के नए पिता क्या किए हैं भारत के लिए?
Father of a New India remark irks Bihar Chief Minister Nitish asks what has Prime Minister Modi done?
नीतीश जी पूरी तरह से डिरेल्ड हैं और उन्होंने इतिहास ठीक से पढ़ा नहीं है।
BJP hits back and Nitish Kumar says he must speak about liquor mafia first. "24 hours after DDCA accident due to potholes, clay potholes being filled up by the NHAI." India's first case of Omicron's XBB.1.5 variant identified in Gujarat. The medical authorities are on alert. And in North Korea, Kiev celebrates New Year with rockets, launches ballistic missile. Viewers, we are live and breaking this Sunday. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's go ahead with the first story we're tracking right now. JDS leader HD Kumaraswamy on Saturday has called BJP a party full of hypocrisies and lies. And Union Home Minister Amit Shah a political chameleon and reincarnation of Nazi propagandist Joseph Goebbels. That's right. That's the comment coming in from the JDS leader HD Kumaraswamy. The former chief minister, through a series of tweets, has reacted to the Saffron Party leader's attack against JDS. The fact that BJP party, which is saying a party full of hypocrisies, is a party of liars, was made evident by your yapping lies. This is a tweet I'm reading out from HD Kumaraswamy, and let me read the tweet out again. Now, it says the fact that the BJP, a party full of hypocrisies, is a party of liars, was made evident by your yapping lies. Tagging Amit Shah, he says you are a political chameleon. This is a true face of your party. You are a reincarnation of Joseph Goebbels. You're disgraceful. That's what Kumaraswamy has said, viewers. This is what HD Kumaraswamy is calling Amit Shah. He's calling Amit Shah a political chameleon and saying that you are a reincarnation of Joseph Goebbels. This is the big story we're tracking right now, viewers, where we're getting these reactions coming in, where HD Kumaraswamy, who is the leader of the Janata Dal Secular and the former Karnataka CM, has launched an attack at the BJP and Union Minister Amit Shah on Saturday. All right, being joined by JDS spokesperson Tanveer Ahmed, who's joining us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here this Sunday. Now, we are seeing that this comment coming in from H.D. Kumaraswamy, which says that you're a reincarnation of Joseph Goebbels, calling Amit Shah a reincarnation of Joseph Goebbels, and also saying you're a political chameleon. Do you think this kind of language really suits a politician?
See, firstly, let us really understand why did this really happen. The series of events. When Mr. Amit Shah came, they invited the Honorable former Prime Minister of India, Mr. Deve Gowda, to attend the program, which he obliged and he went. Amit Shah showed all the respect. And all of a sudden, he realized that Deve Gowda is very popular out there and people out there were like screaming Deve Gowda's name, which definitely it was not, he was not able to digest. And he goes on a public platform and he says that Karnataka will become an ATM for Delhi for Congress and ATM for one Parivar. I mean, that was really absolutely uncalled for. And second thing, Mr. Amit Shah, who has come here for a government event, has totally forgotten who is being accused of 40% corruption. It is his own people, Mr. Basuraj Bommai's government. And where are the contractors committing suicide? Here in Karnataka. Totally, they are the one who have ruined Karnataka. And then he has, rather than taking the cognizance of the event, what is happening here in Karnataka, he starts blaming JDS because he totally is it is understandable situation that he is totally rattled. Rather than attacking on political point of view, he went personal, and Kumaraswamy retaliated because this is not the other people. Kumaraswamy and Deve Gowda are very strong people. They are people who are attached to Kannadigas. If at all you just throw a stone with them, you would get the befitting reply. And that is what Kumaraswamy has done. And I think the party stands with the statement which is given by Kumaraswamy.
Right. And but at this point of time, I want our viewers to know who Joseph Goebbels is. Joseph Goebbels, he was a German Nazi politician. And, this is the kind of comparison that H.D. Kumaraswamy has made with Amit Shah. So, is it a right comparison to be made, calling Amit Shah a Nazi leader?
See, let us really not forget who called Honorable Sonia Gandhi Jersey guy, who called Rahul Gandhi names. I mean, if at all you want to really see, just before you claim somebody is dirty, you need to be clean first. They have started. Kumaraswamy has retaliated. Everybody knows Joseph Goebbels, what did he do and what was his, why was he famous for? And everybody, so I don't think Kumaraswamy was drawing any parallels. But however, if at all you throw a stone, definitely you are going to get a reply from every politician's hand. So Mr. Amit Shah need to be really careful when he is coming to places like Karnataka. Before he making any statement, he needs to really calculate his statement, please.
Right. Let's for a minute, I just want the viewers to go ahead and listen to what Amit Shah has said as well. Let's hear from Amit Shah what Amit Shah had said. He has reacted as well. Let's play that out.
जेडीएस और कांग्रेस एक ही सिक्के की दो पहलू हैं। हमेशा आपने जेडीएस को वोट दिया और कुमारस्वामी जी कांग्रेस की गोदी में बैठ गए। मैं आज कहने आया हूं कि एक बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार दीजिए। 5 साल के अंदर ये परिवारवाद, ये भ्रष्टाचार और एक जातिवाद, तीनों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी समाप्त कर कर्नाटक के अंदर इस देशभक्त सरकार देने का काम करेगी। कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने दम पर इस बार सरकार बनाएगी और अपने दम पर सरकार चलाने का काम करेगी।
All right, viewers, we heard that soundbite from Amit Shah. Amit Shah making some statements as well, saying that JDS is spreading rumors of possible alliance, saying JDS and Congress are two sides of the same coin. So this is a comment coming in from Amit Shah. But right now, viewers, it's a controversy which has erupted. It's political fireworks because H.D. Kumaraswamy has launched a blistering attack at the BJP and Amit Shah, calling Amit Shah a reincarnation of the Nazi propagandist and Nazi leader Joseph Goebbels. So this is the kind of comment which is coming in right now, viewers, and the BJP has also reacted, and BJP Shehzad Poonawalla had told earlier that Kumaraswamy is politically frustrated. So this is what the BJP is telling us. All right, viewers, so this is the top story we're tracking right now, where viewers, like I was telling you, that the BJP has also gone ahead and attacked the JDS as speaking to the public. BJP national spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla said that whatever one is, one ends up seeing the other person as that person. Perhaps Kumaraswamy is an admirer of the personality he wants to link us with. The BJP has also hit back at the JDS leader, H.D. Kumaraswamy. Let's move ahead to the other story we're tracking right now. Viewers, the big news from Haryana is that CM Khattar has called the DGP of Haryana and CID chief at his residence. CM will take stock of situation from police. Meeting underway at the CM's residence. Now, this is coming in as the Haryana sports minister has been booked for sexual harassing a junior female coach. The case has been registered against Sandeep Singh by the Chandigarh police, viewers. So we are seeing right now that there has been an update where we can tell you, viewers, is that there's a meeting going on. CM Khattar has called the top cops and the CID chief at his residence. The CM is taking a stock of the situation from the police at this point of time. And this is coming in after Haryana Sports Minister Sandeep Singh has been booked for sexually harassing a junior athletics coach in the state. Sandeep Singh has reacted. The sports minister has reacted. Let's play that out.
आप सबको पता है कि एक माहौल क्रिएट किया गया है मेरी छवि को ख़राब करने के लिए, और एक खेल विभाग के जूनियर कोच ने जो एलिगेशंस, गलत फॉल्स एलिगेशंस लगाए हैं, उसकी मैं चाहूँगा कि अच्छे से जांच हो, और जांच चल भी रही है। और जब भी उसकी रिपोर्ट आती है, उस रिपोर्ट के बाद एक नैतिकता के कारण, एक इंसानियत के कारण मैं अपना खेल विभाग जो है माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को सौंपता हूँ। और जो भी रिपोर्ट आए, जो भी दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी आए, निकल कर जब बाहर आए, तो उसके बाद फिर माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अगला फैसला लें।
मैंने फरवरी से अभी तक इस इंसान की इतनी घटिया हरकतें, मैंने सर स्पोर्ट्स इन सब चीज़ों के माहौल में ख़राब ना हो और लोग स्पोर्ट्स के लिए गलत राय ना बनाएं, इसलिए मैंने पूरा कोशिश की कि मैं इस चीज़ के ऊपर मतलब इसको मैं अवॉइड करूं। लेकिन मैं जितना कर सकती थी मैंने उतना कोशिश की, लेकिन एक एंड होता है ना लास्ट, कि आप कब तक बर्दाश्त करोगे। जब आपने इतना टॉर्चर हो कि आप घुट घुट के मर रहे हो दिन डे बाई डे इस आदमी की हरकतों से, तो ये प्यार से इसकी चीज़ें पूरी नहीं हुई, तो फिर इसने ऑफिशियली हमेशा कोई ना कोई ऐसा एटमॉस्फेयर तैयार किया है कि ये लड़की तो चल के मेरे पास ही आएगी। क्योंकि पहले मैं एक एथलीट थी स्टेट की, तो भी मैं एक स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर के अंडर में ही हूँ, और जब मैं एक एम्प्लॉय हूँ तो सिंपल सी बात है मैं डायरेक्ट उनके अंडर में काम कर रही हूँ। तो इन्होंने हर वो चीज़ की, बाज नहीं आए अपनी हरकतों से, तो मेरा सब्र बिल्कुल पेशेंस जवाब दे चुका था और इसीलिए मुझे आना ही पड़ा बाहर।
मेरा सवाल यह है कि कुछ और लोग भी आपकी तरह जो कि सामने नहीं आ पा रहे डर के मारे?
सर मुझे चीज़ें काफ़ी हर कोई बता रहा है, लेकिन सर ये लड़ाई अभी हाल फिलहाल मैं अकेली हूँ तो मेरी अपनी लड़ाई है, लेकिन ऐसे हैं काफ़ी लोग हैं, लेकिन शायद वो सामने आने से अभी घबरा रहे हैं। पर मुझे पूरी उम्मीदें हैं कि जैसे ये इंसान इस्तीफ़ा देगा, ये सलाखों के पीछे होगा, तो शायद वो लोग भी आएंगे, ज़रूर आएंगे वो सामने।
All right, viewers, so we just heard the case, the complainant in the case speak right now as well. We heard what she had to say, her version of events coming out right now. But at this point of time, viewers, CM Khattar has taken the lead and he has summoned the top cop and the CID as well. He's trying to understand what happened. He is taking a stock of the situation. And when the question comes to who is Sandeep Singh, now Sandeep Singh himself has a sports background. The Haryana sports minister was the former captain of the Indian national hockey team. He was part of the Indian team that won the silver medal. So this allegation coming against him is extremely shocking at this point of time. Of course, a probe is on right now as well, viewers, where Sandeep Singh has been booked for sexually harassing a junior athletics coach in the state. The coach has made allegations that she filed a complaint with the Chandigarh police after the allegations were made. The minister right now dismissing the charge as baseless and has called for an independent inquiry. The Chandigarh police is saying that the probe will be conducted to find out if the allegation of sexual harassment against the minister is true. An FIR has been filed against the sports minister under sections 354, 354A, 354B, 342, 506 of the IPC. The case was registered at police station Sector 26 in Chandigarh, viewers. All right, viewers, getting some updates coming in, some breaking news coming in right now. Reports suggest a terrorist snatched a weapon of CRPF personnel posted at a Naka duty near the Rajpura, Pulwama area of South Kashmir, viewers. Now, more details are awaited. But what we can tell you is that terrorists have snatched a weapon. I repeat, a terrorist has snatched a weapon from a CRPF Jawan. The terrorist has snatched a weapon from a CRPF Jawan. This incident has happened in the area of South Kashmir, in the Rajpura, Pulwama area of South Kashmir, and we're still waiting for more details to come in. Reports suggest a terrorist snatching a weapon of a CRPF personnel below the Rajpura, Pulwama area of South Kashmir. We're waiting for more details coming in, but this is what we can tell you right now, viewers, where we're getting these updates coming in. Remember that even though our forces keep making sure that the security of those areas is maintained, the terrorists and other elements continue disturbing the peace. Right now, Zeenat is joining us. Zeenat, just take us through what these reports are saying, because if a terrorist has snatched a weapon of a CRPF personnel, this of course means that something is dangerous. Something dangerous is happening over there. Can you tell us what exactly has happened so far? Has this terrorist been tracked down?
See, this is the first day of the New Year 2022-23, and reports suggest that a terrorist has snatched a weapon from a CRPF personnel who was doing his duty, the Naka duty, at Below area of Pulwama of South Kashmir. This is the first incident of 2023. That is what the report suggests. We are also seeing now, after the incident had happened, the Jammu and Kashmir Police, CRPF and the army have launched a coordinated search operation in the Pulwama of South Kashmir. The first incident reported from Pulwama, where the reports are coming in that a terrorist has snapped a rifle of a person who was doing his Naka duty, and they snatched the weapon and managed to escape. Although the coordinated search operation has been launched by the joint forces to nab the terrorists who had carried this attack in Pulwama of Rajpura.
Right, Zeenat. All right, Zeenat, thank you for getting us all the details right now. So Zeenat getting us top updates. Terrorist has snatched a weapon from a CRPF personnel. Will be tracking the story.
मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है कि जब फायर को कॉल आया था कि इस तरीके से जो अंतरा केयर सेंटर में आग लग चुका है। आपको एक तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है। बताया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई थी। और साथ ही मैं अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि ये जूम करके थोड़ी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये आग लगी है उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से रेस्क्यू का काम यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुका है। और साथ में अपने विजय को बोलूँगा कि वो आगे चल करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें कि किस तरीके से ये आग ऊपर तक फैली होगी और जो अंदर लोग थे उनको काफ़ी मशक्क़त के बाद जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं और साथ ही जो फायर के जवान हैं उन्होंने निकाला होगा। और साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार जो अधिकारी है, दिल्ली पुलिस का अधिकारी है और जो तमाम फायर के अधिकारी है वो अंदर ही मौजूद है और वो देख रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से और कोई अंदर तो फंसा नहीं है।
Here's a big twist has come in the Rishabh Pant accident case. Now, National Highways Authority of India has started the work of filing, going ahead and filling those potholes at night. Now, this comes after DDCA has blamed pothole for the incident. The forensic team that reached the spot this morning had also expressed apprehensions about the pothole, viewers. So after the Delhi and District Cricket Association blamed potholes for Rishabh Pant's accident, the National Highways Authority of India has taken up of filling the potholes in the area. The DDCA has said that the cricketer was trying to maneuver his vehicle through a pothole-riddled road when the crash happened. Sharma's statement has contradicted the version put out by the Uttarakhand police, where they had claimed that Pant dozed off while driving, which caused the accident. Let's go ahead and listen into what has been said by the authorities and what are the reactions coming in. All right, let's listen to what Pushkar Singh Dhami had to say.
देखिए, वो उन दोनों चालक और परिचालक हरियाणा परिवहन निगम के बस के थे। उन्होंने जिस समय में ऋषभ पंत की एक्सीडेंट हुआ था उसमें काफ़ी घायल हो गए थे और उनकी कार लगातार 2-3 बार उन्हीं के सामने पलटी। उन्होंने अपना कोई भी जो है अपनी परवाह न करते हुए उन्होंने उनकी जान बचाई, उनको बाहर निकाला, जिसके कारण से अब वो स्वस्थ होने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। तो हमने तय किया है कि ऐसे समय में जिन्होंने सहायता करी है, आगे आए हैं, उनको हम सम्मानित करेंगे। 26 जनवरी के दिन चालक और परिचालक दोनों को ही सम्मानित करने का निर्णय लिया है।
All right, viewers, so the potholes are being filled up right now and you can see the visuals on the screen as well. Right side, you see the potholes being filled up, visuals coming in, and on your left side, you see what happened when Rishabh Pant was involved in that accident. The car was completely charred after the accident. Remember that Rishabh Pant met with an accident on Friday, viewers, and Rishabh Pant's car collided with a divider on NH58 and rolled over multiple times before catching fire. Now, this had happened near Mangalore. The accident happened around 5:30 a.m. and Pant was going to Roorkee from Delhi to meet his relatives when this accident has occurred. But right now we are seeing a fresh twist in the Rishabh Pant accident case, where the Delhi and District Cricket Association has blamed potholes for Rishabh Pant's accident. Earlier, Uttarakhand police had said the accident had happened because Rishabh Pant had dozed off while driving the car. Remember, Rishabh Pant was completely alone in the car, and after the accident he had to help himself get out of that car as well, viewers. Right now we are seeing that the National Highways Authority of India, NHAI, is going ahead filling up all the potholes. You can see the visuals on the screen as well, that NHAI has taken the responsibility of filling up the potholes in the area, and they started this operation late at night. Let's go to Ratan Negi. Ratan Negi, our correspondent, is joining us live. Ratan, take us through what's happening, because first we saw and we heard Uttarakhand police say that Rishabh Pant had dozed off, and now we are seeing a different version being put out by Delhi and District Cricket Association, that potholes were responsible for Rishabh Pant's accident.
कल से उनकी हालत में और सुधार है। इस वक्त अगर बात की जाए तो उनके माथे पर कट बना हुआ था, काफी सर्जरी परसों।
All right, Ratan, there's an issue with your audio. We're getting an issue with your audio. Please fix that. In the meanwhile, we'll come back to you after you fix that issue. But right now, viewers, this is a story that we are tracking for you right now, where we're seeing a different version of events come out, where Delhi and District Cricket Association has blamed potholes for Rishabh Pant's accident. Now the National Highways Authority of India has taken up the responsibility, and they're filling up the potholes in that area. The DDCA has said that the cricketer was trying to maneuver his vehicle through a pothole-riddled road when the crash happened. And like we were telling you, is that Sharma's statement has contradicted the version put out by Uttarakhand police, where they had claimed that Rishabh Pant had dozed off while driving, which caused the accident. And Ratan, I think you're back with us right now. Ratan, take us through the latest update. क्या हो रहा है अभी? Different versions आ रहे हैं कि क्या हुआ था जब ऋषभ पंत का एक्सीडेंट हुआ था।
देखिए, इस वक्त अगर हम बात करें ऋषभ पंत का, मैक्स अस्पताल में उनकी ड्रेसिंग हो रही है। जो सर्जरी उनकी यहाँ पर परसों हुई थी, उस सर्जरी की ड्रेसिंग यहाँ पर आज हो रही है। एक ड्रेसिंग उनकी कल हो चुकी थी, एक ड्रेसिंग इस वक्त उनकी यहाँ पर मैक्स अस्पताल में हो रही है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर मैक्स अस्पताल में हो रही है, क्योंकि जो उनके माथे पर कट लगा था, जो जानकारी हमारी उसकी सर्जरी भी थी और आज उसकी दूसरी ड्रेसिंग इस वक्त चल रही है। इस वक्त अस्पताल में अब से कुछ देर बाद उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी यहाँ पर उनसे मिलने पहुंचने वाले हैं, उनका हालचाल यहाँ पर पूछेंगे। और मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी ने लगातार शुरुआत से ही ये कहा था कि यदि आवश्यकता पड़ी तो ऋषभ पंत को एयर एम्बुलेंस के जरिए दिल्ली या मुंबई भेजने का इंतजाम राज्य सरकार करेगी, उनका समस्त खर्चा जो है राज्य सरकार उठाएगी। वो ने भी कुछ देर बाद यहाँ पर देखने आने वाले, उनके हालचाल यहाँ पर पूछने वाले। इसके साथ ही बीसीसीआई और अस्पताल प्रशासन के जो तमाम डॉक्टर्स हैं और बीसीसीआई के जो डॉक्टर्स हैं, उनके बीच आपस में लगातार बातचीत चल रही है। आपस में लगातार उनके स्वास्थ्य के बारे में जो जानकारी है वो बीसीसीआई के डॉक्टर्स को लगातार अस्पताल प्रशासन और उनके डॉक्टर्स पहुंचा रहे हैं। इस वक्त ऋषभ पंत की जो सिचुएशन है, उन्हें थोड़े दर्द की तकलीफ जरूर है, वो खड़ा नहीं हो पा रहे हैं। और जो लिगामेंट की हम जो घुटने की बात करें, वही एक सबसे बड़ी समस्या उनके आगे यहाँ पर आ रही है। उसका एमआरआई अभी तक नहीं हो पाया है। यदि वो एमआरआई यहाँ पर होता है, उसके बाद जो सिचुएशन है, जो कंडीशन है, वो मालूम चल पाएगी कि कितने ब्रेक है लिगामेंट में, घुटने में, क्योंकि जो चुनौती उनकी आगे है। अगर बात की जाए सर का जो एमआरआई हुआ वो नॉर्मल है, वो राहत की बात है। पीठ का जो नॉर्मल एमआरआई उसकी रिपोर्ट आई है। इसके साथ ही जो लिगामेंट है, उनके घुटने में जो चोट लगी है, वो कहीं ना कहीं उन्हें तकलीफ यहाँ पर दे रही है। उसका एमआरआई अभी तक यहाँ पर नहीं हुआ है। कहा जा रहा है कि उसमें कुछ क्लॉट्स वहाँ पर जमे हुए हैं और जब तक वो खून के चक्के वहाँ पर साफ नहीं होंगे, तब तक वो तीसरा जो घुटनों का एमआरआई वो नहीं हो सकता। और जब तक वो एमआरआई नहीं होगा, तब तक पूरी सिचुएशन खुलकर सामने नहीं आ सकती कि ऋषभ क्या कुछ दिनों तक यहाँ मैक्स अस्पताल में ही रहेंगे या अस्पताल से बाहर जाकर दिल्ली, मुंबई, या फिर कहा जाता है कि जो घुटने लिगामेंट का जो बेहतर इलाज है वो इंग्लैंड या फिर ऑस्ट्रेलिया में होता है। तो क्या डॉक्टर उन्हें ये सलाह दे सकते हैं कि आप इस इलाज के लिए इंडिया से बाहर जाइए, या आपका ये इलाज जो है वो मुंबई या दिल्ली में ही हो सकता है? तो ये तमाम बातें हैं। अभी फिलहाल ये जानकारी है कि ऋषभ पंत देहरादून के मैक्स अस्पताल में ही रहने वाले हैं, क्योंकि बीसीसीआई की तरफ से ये कहा गया है कि अभी उनका इलाज यहाँ पर बेहतर चल रहा है और अभी उन्हें कहीं ले जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। और साथ ही अंदर से जो जानकारी हमारे जो सूत्र बता रहे हैं, क्योंकि मैक्स अस्पताल के जो सेकंड बिल्डिंग का जो फ्लोर है, जो ICU 2 है, जो वहाँ पर वो एडमिट है, और वहाँ से जानकारी हमारे सूत्र यही बता रहे हैं कि उन्हें भी अभी उठने में दिक्कत का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। ऐसा कोई हिस्सा नहीं है जिस हिस्से पर उनको चोट नहीं पहुंची है। ऐसे जो उनके पारिवारिक मित्र हैं, उमेश कुमार जो कानपुर के विधायक भी है, उन्होंने भी हमसे बात करते हुए इस बात को साझा किया है कि शरीर का ऐसा कोई हिस्सा नहीं है जिस हिस्से पर ऋषभ पंत को चोट नहीं पहुंची है। दर्द भी उनको हो रहा है, वो बिस्तर से उठ भी नहीं पा रहे, ये जानकारी भी यहाँ पर दी गई है। लेकिन उनकी हालत स्थिर है और घबराने की कोई बात नहीं है। इस बयान को लगातार पहले दिन से लगातार कहा जा रहा है। डॉक्टर्स भी कह रहे हैं, जो उनके पारिवारिक मित्र है वो भी कह रहे हैं। उनकी जो बहन है साक्षी, वो लंदन से यहाँ उत्तराखंड पहुंच चुकी है, मैक्स अस्पताल में इस वक्त मौजूद है। उनके भाई यहाँ पर मौजूद है। क्रिकेटर की बात की जाए, नीतीश राणा, वो यहाँ पर इस वक्त मौजूद है। उनकी माता जी लगातार इस वक्त मौजूद है। आज उनके जो सर का जो कट लगा था, उसकी तीसरी ड्रेसिंग इस वक्त चल रही है, जिसका समय लगभग 30 से 40 मिनट का होता है। उनकी माता जी ड्रेसिंग के दौरान आज भी अस्पताल में मौजूद है। लेकिन अभी जो जानकारी यही मिल रही है कि उनको यहाँ से जो देहरादून का जो मैक्स अस्पताल है, यहाँ से अभी तक नहीं ले जाया जाएगा। अभी फिलहाल उनका इलाज यहीं पर चलेगा। और इसके बाद बीसीसीआई की जो टीम है और जो डॉक्टर्स की टीम है, वो आपस में बातचीत करने के बाद उनके जो लिगामेंट्स का जो एमआरआई होना है, जो घुटनों का, उसकी जब रिपोर्ट निकल कर आ जाती है, उसके बाद ही मालूम हो पाएगा कि ऋषभ देहरादून के मैक्स अस्पताल में रहेंगे या यहाँ से कहीं और उन्हें बाहर शिफ्ट किया जाएगा। लेकिन ये एमआरआई यहाँ पर होगा भी या फिर कहीं और किसी अन्य अस्पताल में होगा, इस पर भी संशय बना हुआ है, क्योंकि उनके घुटनों में जो लिगामेंट्स है वहां पर दर्द काफी है और इस वजह से वो एमआरआई हो भी नहीं पा रहा है।
Right. Thank you so much for joining us, Ratan, and getting us a top update. So, a big twist has come in the Rishabh Pant accident case, where the National Highway Authority of India, as you can see very clearly on your screens, they are filling up the potholes at night after DDCA blamed the potholes for Rishabh Pant's accident. On that note, viewers, we are live and breaking this Sunday. Much more coming up on the other side. We continue getting you the top updates.
As India welcomed New Year 2023, celebrations erupted across the country. But in Bengaluru, the situation remained tense. In a video making rounds on social media, watch how Bengaluru police lathi charged to disperse the huge crowd after it went out of control. The incident was reported on MG Road after police had to intervene to disperse massive crowds that had gathered to celebrate the New Year. Thousands were gathered and swelling crowds eventually blocked the traffic and the area became chaotic, which was then followed by lathi charge, a bid by police to control the crowds. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Viewers, what will coming up on the other side? India's first case of Omicron XBB.1.5 variant identified in Gujarat. Medical authorities are on alert. And in North Korea, Kim celebrates New Year with rockets, launches ballistic missiles. Stay tuned.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV. A few minutes back, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma addressed a news conference and addressed the issue of the delimitation and the controversy that has followed. We'll get you all on that. First up, let's have a quick check of the headlines. Haryana Sports Minister faces harassment charges. Will Khattar take action?
नए भारत के नए पिता क्या किए हैं भारत के लिए?
Father of New India remark irks Bihar Chief Minister. Nitish asks, what has Prime Minister Modi done?
नीतीश जी पूरी तरह से डिरेल्ड हैं और उन्होंने इतिहास ठीक से पढ़ा नहीं है।
He hits back at Nitish Kumar, says he must speak about liquor mafia first. "24 hours after DDCA said that accident was due to potholes, the potholes are being filled up at the National Highway." India's first case of Omicron XBB 1.5 variant identified in Gujarat. In North Korea, Kim celebrates New Year with rocket launches and ballistic missiles. Now, there's a big political face-off over the delimitation in the state of Assam. Just yesterday, we had the Assam Chief Minister announcing that Assam has merged 4 districts with 4 others, changing jurisdiction of some villages. This comes ahead of the EC delimitation, which was already being questioned by the opposition parties. Himanta Biswa Sarma now saying that there is nothing political about delimitation and there should be no controversy over it. Let's listen in. Before we get that reaction from Assam Chief Minister, where he has giving out a message to the opposition on the politics over delimitation, let's listen into what Himanta Biswa Sarma said yesterday about the entire delimitation process and the demography.
I do not disagree with him. The way the population is getting increased, and you have seen that how demography has changed in Kerala, Jammu, Kashmir, Bengal, in Assam. So I don't dispute his statement, but this is the real problem. And the large Indian community should fight back and should ensure that demography is not changed, and we must implement certain policy so that our demography remains intact.
So that was the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma speaking yesterday over the entire delimitation process. He'd in fact announced that 4 districts of Assam will be merged with 4 other districts ahead of the delimitation process by the Election Commission. Now, the entire delimitation process that is taking place in the state of Assam is based on the 2001 census. The last delimitation process in the state had taken place somewhere in the 1970s. But now there is an entire controversy with the Congress and AIUDF accusing the BJP government of attempting to tamper the Muslim majority seats. Now, these are the statements made by Congress as well as the AIUDF, calling it a plot by the BJP to sort of tamper with the Muslim majority seats. We'll get you all the political reactions to it. Moving on to some more news coming in. And we're getting a breaking update from the state of Haryana, where the sports minister is accused of sexual harassment. Chief Minister Khattar has called the DGP of Haryana and CID chief at his residence. Chief Minister will take stock of the situation and get all the case updates from the police. The meeting is underway at CM's residence. This comes after Haryana Sports Minister has been charged with sexual harassment. The case was filed against a junior female coach. The minister in question is Sandeep Singh. The case has been filed by Chandigarh police, where the junior female coach has accused the sports minister, Sandeep Singh, BJP minister Sandeep Singh, of a sexual harassment. When we'd spoken to the victim earlier, she said that she would not she wants the minister to be put behind bars. The minister has also spoken to the media. Let's listen in.
आप सबको पता है कि एक माहौल क्रिएट किया गया है मेरी छवि को ख़राब करने के लिए, और एक खेल विभाग के जूनियर कोच ने जो एलिगेशंस, गलत फॉल्स एलिगेशंस लगाए हैं, उसकी मैं चाहूँगा कि अच्छे से जांच हो। जांच चल भी रही है, और जब भी उसकी रिपोर्ट आती है, उस रिपोर्ट के बाद एक नैतिकता के कारण, एक इंसानियत के कारण मैं अपना खेल विभाग जो है वो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को सौंपता हूँ। और जो भी रिपोर्ट आए, जो भी दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी आए, निकल कर जब बाहर आए, तो उसके बाद फिर माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अगला फैसला लें।
So these are the latest visuals that we are getting where the victim, where the complainant and family members met in fact Anil Vij of from the Haryana government. And the matter is with the Haryana Chief Minister as well. Right now, we just heard the Sports Minister saying that he's stepping aside pending inquiry. The complainant there meeting Anil Vij, and let's listen in fact to what the complainant had told the media earlier.
से अभी तक इस इंसान की इतनी घटिया हरकतें, मैंने सर स्पोर्ट्स इन सब चीज़ों के माहौल में ख़राब ना हो और लोग स्पोर्ट्स के लिए गलत राय ना बनाएं, इसलिए मैंने पूरा कोशिश की कि मैं इस चीज़ के ऊपर मतलब इसको मैं अवॉइड करूं, लेकिन मैं जितना कर सकती थी मैंने उतना कोशिश की। लेकिन एक एंड होता है ना लास्ट कि आप कब तक बर्दाश्त करोगे, जब आपने इतना टॉर्चर हो कि आप घुट घुट के मर रहे हो दिन डे बाई डे इस आदमी की हरकतों से, तो ये प्यार से इसकी चीज़ें पूरी नहीं हुई तो फिर इसने ऑफिशियली हमेशा कोई ना कोई ऐसा एटमॉस्फेयर तैयार किया है कि ये लड़की तो चल के मेरे पास ही आएगी, क्योंकि पहले मैं एक एथलीट थी स्टेट की, तो भी मैं एक स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर के अंडर में ही हूँ, और जब मैं एक एम्प्लॉय हूँ तो सिंपल सी बात है मैं डायरेक्ट उनके अंडर में काम कर रही हूँ, तो इन्होंने हर वो चीज़ की, ये बाज नहीं आए अपनी हरकतों से, तो मेरा सब्र बिल्कुल पेशेंस जवाब दे चुका था और इसीलिए मुझे आना ही पड़ा बाहर।
मेरा सवाल यह है कि कुछ और लोग भी आपकी तरह जो कि सामने नहीं आ पा रहे डर के मारे।
सर मुझे चीज़ें काफ़ी हर कोई बता रहा है, लेकिन सर ये लड़ाई अभी हाल फिलहाल मैं अकेली हूँ तो मेरी अपनी लड़ाई है, लेकिन ऐसे हैं काफ़ी लोग हैं, लेकिन शायद वो सामने आने से अभी घबरा रहे हैं। पर मुझे पूरी उम्मीदें हैं कि जैसे ये इंसान इस्तीफ़ा देगा, ये सलाखों के पीछे होगा, तो शायद वो लोग भी आएंगे, ज़रूर आएंगे वो सामने।
The big controversy that has erupted in the state of Haryana, where the sports minister of the state has been accused of sexual harassment and also mental harassment. In fact, what we know is that the complaint was filed against the Haryana sports minister on December 30th. That is just 2 days back. On the basis of this complaint, the Chandigarh police has registered an FIR against him. While speaking to the media, Ram Gopal, who is the DSP of the Chandigarh police, has said that there will be a fair probe in this matter. And we had a statement also coming in from the sports minister earlier where he said that he's stepping aside pending inquiry. We saw the complainant also meeting senior leader of the BJP and Minister Anil Vij over the allegations against Sandeep Singh. And we will keep getting more updates, and Amandeep will also be joining us on the phone line to give us more details about the investigation that has been done so far, the case so far, and the victim's statement. And we're getting breaking news right now that Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami is going to visit the Max Hospital in a short while from now. He will be meeting Rishabh Pant, who's been hospitalized in the Max Hospital of Dehradun after his near-fatal accident on Friday, early morning of Friday, which was allegedly due to a pothole, is what we are just getting to know. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami had also spoken to the family members of Rishabh Pant with his mother on Friday and assured complete assistance to the family in the treatment of cricketer Rishabh Pant, who has suffered multiple injuries due to his accident in the early hours of Friday in Roorkee on the Delhi-Dehradun highway. In fact, we have Ratan Negi, who has been reporting live